J-Clips. Thank you for stopping by my stream. I'm just now starting. I'll be back real quick. So some quick news. I'm back real quick, guys. You guys won't believe it. I'm saving more than $1,000 this whole year. My internet is going to change this Wednesday from Spectrum to AT&T fiber optic. I've been waiting for the fiber optic to be available in my area for a number of years, and I guess I looked up on comments and stuff. So the speed, which is a T1 speed, 1,000 gigabits a second, they're, I guess, selling to normal residential at $90, but they have a great deal just for my location, which is $35 a month. And from what I've read on also all these Reddit comments, is that with AT&T the rates do not increase. They lock in for years at a time, unlike Spectrum, which I don't even want to get into, but it's the whole reason why I'm changing. I'm getting a faster speed, guys, and I'm saving 2/3 of my money, literally over a little bit more than $1,000 a year on, because that's ridiculous in my opinion for one person to be paying for internet. That should not, cost that much. So, I'm ready to see it because right now I have cable, and while cable is fast, fiber optic is supposed to be super fast. Okay, so and hopefully if it's true and legit, like there's new lines or whatever in my area, hopefully I get fed like straight in, because even with cable, you're kind of at a bandwidth limit for like all the people that are surrounding you also using the internet. And so there's definitely times when you can notice just a lot more people, like the internet's just a little bit slower. It's never super slow, but especially if you're trying to download something like a game, you're going to really see like if you're downloading at night, it's probably going to go much faster than trying to download it like on Sunday or Saturday morning, like at 10 a.m. That's going to be a super busy time. So anyways, just a little bit about that, because that's a life-changing thing for me. I'm really excited, and if you guys know, I've been trying to change all my routers and everything. So that I can get coverage. And so when this guy comes here, I'm gonna ask him to install the line much further down towards the center of my house, like in my kitchen is actually what I'm thinking. It's just like this spot right here. It's like, again, I complained about it enough. I'm not going to complain about it anymore. But I'm happy to not have this line anymore, because also this requires me to have my router up here, which also I just ran a line all the way across this hallway, so there's always a wire there, but my coverage changed 10,000%, putting my router on top of a bookshelf in the middle of my house versus here on the floor where the guy, Spectrum guy installed it. So if I would have known the internet would have been like that, you know, I would have just, you know, now I know is what I'm saying. So I'm going to request a different spot. People always be bringing their dogs here, guys, and just, especially this is a big ass dog too, man. I mean, you know, this dog was gonna drop an enormous fucking turd if it dropped a turd. That's all I'm trying to say. Shit would be fucking pounds heavy. But okay, there he goes. Okay, so I'm not gonna get into it. There's dogs across my street. Look, you hear they're having a barking battle, a territorial battle. See, that wasn't random. And I hate people saying my shit's random. It's like the biggest offense. Like, no one is doing what I'm doing. So I'm gonna take a break. My cat wants a little attention. So I'll update you guys if you guys followed me, if you guys are seeing. So this episode 51 of my LOTS-o-B.S channel, and last night was big. Okay, again, guys, I'm sorry I did not get around to doing anything which I said I was going to do in my stream last night, except mess around with that phonograph Victrola, and the reasoning is because everything is in superb condition, okay, considering its age, and it's free. I need to wipe it down again. Now here's the thing about it, and I watched all these videos. I stayed up till like 2 or 3 watching videos on this, and so I pretty much have a pretty good introduction into like all winding mechanisms now, okay, for these devices. Anyway, so this is a dual coil winding mechanism, and there's a housing which holds the coils, and anyways, the housing on both the coils is was already shattered, and so it was just eating up into the gears, and I'm not quite sure why it's made of a different type of metal or something, but anyways, this shit was so greasy, guys, and both of the coils, like, I didn't know, now I know, but like again, I had no choice, because if your canisters are intact and everything, and I don't know why mine just like broke like porcelain or something, but you know, I watched videos of people so you can take the coil out without it just exploding. And anyway, so both my coils exploded, luckily not together, and luckily, man, I was not wearing eye protection either. You know, I was just really lucky. But both times when the coils like released all their pressure and exploded, it just put grease everywhere, all over my kitchen. Man, that's what I was saying, man, I'm glad I did that in my kitchen, because that if I did that anywhere in the carpet, man, it'd be game over. I'd be ripping that carpet up. Okay, so anyways, but while there's still a lot of stains on the kitchen floor, you know, I'm able to get it off. I've pretty much got all of it off. Okay, but I'm just saying it took like 2 or 3 hours. It got on my refrigerator too, all over my refrigerator. I had to use a mix of isopropyl alcohol and those magic erasers. And see, that, like I said, everything I buy, you know, it may seem like I just buy so much shit. I'll just say, you guys I hope you've noticed that the past 2 weeks I really haven't bought much shit at all. Today I bought some awesome shit, okay? Ironic. But anyways, I got paid, and 2, this is shit I absolutely effing need, and I've been looking for forever. Okay, we'll get to that at the end, because it's still in my car. Okay, it's just everything is still in my car. I was just so tired and lazy after this job. By the way, which I'm just real happy that I met another group of really great worship leaders and musicians and stuff. You know, they're always just a real positive people. So, you know, I'm just saying, naturally tuning pianos, I get affiliated with a lot of, I don't even want to say churches. I just want to say religious establishments, because, you know, I've tuned for like Jewish people. I've tuned for Jehovah's Witness. I tuned for the Mormon Church here. You know, I tuned for that. My most recent one, which I'm most proud of and excited about too. Not only excited. It's finally it's nice to just. There's a lot of churches up here in Cleveland where, yeah, they're not going to shun you as being a visitor. You know, if you want to come, I'm talking about these Orthodox churches, okay, that have like just very unique and beautiful architecture, and likewise also, I'll just say the one I'm talking about now is this newer Catholic church, and it's a whole like school. So what I'm saying, you know, the church is like the center of the campus, and what I'm saying, like in this instance, it's not like I could ever just, I mean, I'd be able to go to a service, you know, of course, like I'm not part of their their parish and stuff, so I wouldn't be partaking in their communions and stuff. But they'd be down to just having people. They have concerts there all the time. So, but what I'm getting at is being a musician or a piano tuner. It's just like such a cool foot in the door because I get that whole sanctuary to myself. Like it was cool. Like, each time when I go in there too, I feel kind of bad. Okay, the last time I was there, there was this lady in the pews praying, and so I saw that she was praying. So I kind of left, and I was already early. Okay, so I waited for like 10 minutes in the hall. This is an enormous sanctuary. Okay, and the piano is a Steinway or Boston by Steinway piano in excellent condition. It's about as big as my piano. Okay, which is like 6'7". I think it's a little bigger, probably like 6'8", 6'9". But hitting that size, I'll just say it's bigger than it's hitting the smallest size of semi-concert grand. So hitting that 7 foot mark. So I wouldn't say 6 is necessarily there. It's still kind of parlor grand-ish. But if you have a piano that's like 6'10", 6'11", I'll just say it's substantially different to me than a piano that's 6'2", or 6'3", or 6'4". You know what I'm saying? So it's noticeably different. Everything in it is, all the acoustics are noticeably different. That's what I'm saying. Once you get to, all the grands get noticeably more and more and more impressive with their auditory effects as they get bigger and bigger. But what I'm saying is, like, me personally, like, if I could have a concert grand, and as dumb as it sounds, guys, I really considered 2 concert grands. You guys won't believe it. Or during the time when I was choosing this piano, and one was a Henry F. Miller, okay, which they made good pianos back then, okay. The pianos made to like the 60s and prior, 50, definitely probably the 40s is like the end of it, but like 30s and 40s, this is like an absolute golden era of piano making, which is never going to be, I don't want to say surpassed, but never going to be matched with the level of industrial craftsmanship that was required to produce that many pianos of that quality. Okay, because I'll say, yeah, you're still going to find people now that have it, even Fazioli and Steinway. But what I'm saying is, like, that's the difference when you go into their rooms and you go to a Steinway concert grand and you see it's like 90,000, or it's like 115,000, and then you go to another one, it looks exactly the same, and this one's $400,000. Why? Because all its components are different, and plus it's probably been tuned and regulated, and a number of other different things that make it a completely different instrument. If it's not just the wood finish, which is the number one biggest factor into the price of the pianos. And me personally, I'm not, I don't want cheap material, but I don't really care about Victorian stuff. Anyways, so about this Henry F. Miller, yeah, it would have had decorative legs. Okay, it was I don't know where it came from, but it had to be rebuilt. Okay, and here's the thing: it was in parts. The guy just wanted $2,000 for it. Okay, $2,000, and this is another thing is if you go look at the concert grands nowadays. Again, I'm not speaking like about ultimatums, like everything has changed exactly in these ways. There's always people, niche people, still doing these things, but because it's so specialized now and they're doing it on such a low scale, you're going to have to wait a very long time for your instrument to be made. And this is with any wooden instrument. Okay, like again, I talked about oboes and my oboes, all the oboes which I got for free through my history. Now that I'm bringing this up, something which I did not mention in that conversation, which now since I've brought it up, I would like to tell you, is that we knew we were getting these new oboes, and we had to wait almost a full year for them to get made, because they they were already in a process where I'm just gonna make a number, 50% done, but then once you put in the order, you know what I'm saying, then that's when the full instrument gets made. And anyways, we were not given any definite time period into when these instruments would be finished. They said it would be at least 3 or 4 months. So hitting 3 or 4 months, those 3 or 4 months, we were like, okay. Actually, I wasn't antsy or anticipating it all. And then for the remainder of the year, it took almost 11 months for the oboes to get made. So you can say a good another all the way. We got them at the very end of the winter of the spring concert season. Okay, and it was kind of interesting. I kind of remember it's like we got the instruments like 2 weeks right before one of our last performances, and so it was kind of cool that we got to use those instruments in that last performance. You know what I'm saying? So, anyways, but that's what I'm saying. A piano, you're going to be waiting even longer if you're waiting for, like, what I'm trying to say. You want the craftsmanship of a piano made in the 30s during the golden age now. It's going to cost you, the second, it's going to cost you an ass ton, okay? So it's going to cost an ass ton and be extremely slow, okay? I mean, maybe if you're lucky or, you know, the situations are different, you know, it could be fast, but in general, it's probably going to be a real long time, okay? So, anyways, what I'm saying is that I was looking at that Henry F. Miller concert grand, okay, which I could have rebuilt, okay, because I can rebuild a piano, guys. You know, I'm not into the refinishing in that aspect of the wood stuff, but like as far as like replacing all the keys, all the components, all the hammers, all the felts and everything, and all the strings, you know, I can splice strings. You know, I could redo this whole piano. Is what I'm saying. I mean, it would take me an ass fucking long time because it's just me. But what I'm saying is when it comes to that point, I'll just say I'm going to buy another piano. Okay, I'm not going to sell this, but I'm going to buy another piano and then work on it on the side. Okay, so anyways, so I was looking at the Henry F. Miller concert grand. Okay, and man, it's just one of those things you just have to also kind of trust. You know what I'm saying? There's definitely a chance, man. You're gonna just invest into like a sinkhole. You know what I'm saying? With instruments, and so and definitely if something like that is going for 2,000, but it's also one of those things you just like salivate over the pictures over and over and over. And I'm just saying this is years ago when stuff was kind of different with buying stuff on the internet. I mean, it's still a little bit different now, but I'll just say it was definitely harder to try to network within good networks and find a trustworthy buyer to buy another thing as a trustworthy instrument. You know, those are all the factors that you're looking for when buying. You know, you want a good instrument, but you want a good buyer or a good seller as well. You don't want this dude that just like ran across this shit and is trying to flip it. Or stole it, you know what I'm trying to say, and that, you know, because I'm not naming names now, but there's again, I'm trying to change this with what's happening at least regionally here in Cleveland with the piano tuning, but other piano tuners, most notably the ones who have passed away, okay, so that's the big clue, did a lot of underhanded work with making it to the top per se, if that makes any sense. And that's, I'll just say that's why I'll just say thank God I don't have to, and I'm not interested in it, but I don't sell pianos, okay? I don't rebuild them. I just repair them and tune them, and when people want special jobs, like if they want all the key tops replaced, you know, then that's a special job. I'll go and take, you know, these are like case by case basis is what I'm saying. Or if they want all new hammers, you know, then I'll take them all and I'll replace all the hammers. Or again, like something like with the felts. So these are all like very common things that people have done, but I'll just say that I wouldn't consider this is not rebuilding a piano by any means. If what I'm trying to say, because for me, like rebuilding a piano like really truly entails like doing a lot more stuff, like when the strings are off, like getting the harp replated or painted, and then the wood finish and all that other stuff. And so I'm just saying I'm not interested in that. I don't do that. So I'm just saying I'm all about, just like my computers, I want 100% reliability, uptime. So that's what I want with the pianos too. That's like my Yamaha over here. You guys have to follow me for a couple years, but you go way back in my shorts. I've deleted them all off my Instagram. If you go on my TikTok, I think there's probably a lot actually on my TikTok. But before that piano became crap, And what I'm saying is that piano again was like used in some avant-garde paint project, you know, and they painted the piano and it's got like. And anyways, I've had so many different ideas now. And now with all these computer things, guys, I'll tell you one of the things. I'm gonna finish my points instead of running off so many things. So the last piano I was looking at, guys, which I ultimately didn't get because while it would have been an amazing deal, I would have had to somehow come up with a lot more money, a couple more $1,000s. And what I'm saying is I spent less than $10,000 on my piano, guys, including the moving. And I'll just say that is a steal. You know, when you guys consider just how much pianos can cost, okay? And again, you know, my piano isn't a Steinway, it isn't a Yamaha, it's a Kimball, okay? But if you guys didn't know, my piano is a Bosendorfer 200 copy of Kimball. It's like the 4 years when Kimball owned Bosendorfer, and they produced only about 2,700 of these pianos, okay, and even less of the imperial size, which they did make. Those are like the rarest Kimballs. That is one of the few pianos I have never played on, guys. I've played on like almost every piano you name it, guys. I've played on it. You know, even some crazy pianos like the Kaiway Crystal piano. Okay, let me turn that off real quick. So I deleted that video as well, but again, I think if you go on my TikTok, it's there, okay? Because they opened up a Kaiway, just a straight up Kaiway show. It's a showroom, just like you have Steinway halls in all these places. I'm just saying this is only in Dallas. Like you would, I mean, this is like it's definitely not in Cleveland, nowhere in this state. Okay, I'll just say like a Buc-ee's. You know, that shit started in Texas. I'm just saying, my channel's not a joke. I'm a Texan. I was born and raised in Texas, just like with Van Cliburn. Okay, and yeah, that's why, if you guys haven't noticed, I'm kind of like, it's not obsessed, man. I love it because it's a Texan type of thing to do, and it's like supporting our state and our flag and our land and stuff. And just Texas is just so much different than every other state, guys. It's the number one fucking state. Because I'm sorry, Ohio fucking is a pretty state, okay, but it's definitely, I'll just say it's smaller, okay. I don't want to say it's bad. It's definitely different, okay. I've learned again the biggest appreciation for being up here. I really now like I've been living up here a long time, guys. Now is the seasons, because in Texas, yes, Texas receives all 4 seasons. But to receive all 4 seasons, you either have to move all around the state or live in this very small area, essentially like up in the Panhandle near Oklahoma or something like that, where you're gonna see more things closer to the 4 seasons, especially with snow. Okay, so but living in Dallas and San Antonio, which is like way down south. Okay, guys, like San Antonio is like 300 miles south of Dallas. That's like substantially more south, is what I'm trying to say. You know, I never saw snow in my life, and it was crazy. One of the first years I moved up here, it was actually the worst snowstorm I've ever experienced here, man. And like, I was just, that's another story. I think on one of my other live streams I talked about a lot of stuff. I complained. Okay, I don't want to talk about it because I'm gonna get angry. Okay, but I learned a huge lesson about just living in the snow. So, anyways, the last piano, guys, I was looking at what would have cost. I would have had to pull out more than $10,000. That's what I'm saying. The guy wanted $10,000, and then easily it would have cost me another at least $1,500 or $2,000 to move this piano across the country with trustworthy piano movers. You know what I'm saying? So I dropped like almost like $1,300 to move this piano. I bought this. You guys, I talked about this on a previous live stream, that I got this piano from a church in Georgia, and you know, it just kind of how it is. It looks like a patron donated it to the church, and it just sat in the corner for like I don't know how many years until I got it. Okay, I got this piano. The reason I bought it, guys, also, and I meant one with this, is because everything was brand new. It had 0 marks on the hammers. The hammers were brand new, absolutely brand new, which is good and bad. Which means, I'm just saying, if you guys I'll just say that's why my piano sounds so harsh. One is because I've never voiced the hammers, and two is because the grooves, especially on like this note, are extremely heavy. You see how buzzy that is? And also that has to do with other things with the string too. And but anyways, I can reduce that a little bit. But what I'm saying is that if it's just work I'm not doing right now. But what I'm trying to say is that this piano was completely brand new, and it actually sounded really. It still sounded nice, but it sounded. It had a nice soft sound, but it didn't fully develop its full range of sounds per se until I played the hammers a little bit more and they got a little bit harder. Because, you know, I have my own preferences for the way I want the piano to sound. You know, okay, I'll just say I like a very brittle and hard and metallic sound. Okay, I don't like unevenness, and I'll just say I have unevenness right now. But I like the hammers to be extremely hard, and then I like the action, which I can't change on this piano. I mean, easily. Okay, to be extra light. So I like extremely hard hammers with extremely light action. And when you have the combination of both, then you can produce the sounds that I want to produce. And I'll just say not very many. I'll just say no pianos are ever like that. Okay, you know, interestingly, the only piano that I ever recall where I just sat down and I was just like, wow, this thing was just fucking amazing, guys. Was this piano place in Dallas? They're out of business now, but when Fazzy finally hit the American scene and became big because it became like in 2010s, 2009s, it's kind of like when Fazioli kind of made it really big, and then that's like if you look at like the Arthur Rubinstein competition over, I think the one Daniel Trifonov played in or whatever, then you see like that's like one of the years Fazioli's really having its like big debut being used upon the concert stage. You know, a lot of people, not to say that the pianos haven't been around for a long time, but I'm just saying they seem to have had a kind of a upsurge in the demand, at least on the concert stage, for the Fazioli piano. Anyways, all I'm saying is this place had two Fazioli pianos, guys. They were both like $350,000-$400,000. Okay, they were both concert grand side by side, and I sat down on both of them. By far, guys, I have never played on I really can't recall many other pianos where the touch was just that amazing, guys. I'm not lying. I can't even like describe how amazing the touch was. And it's so fluid, and the sound was so amazing. And the guy just let me play it for like an hour and a half, you know. And so that's what I did. I sat there and just played I just fucked around on it for an hour and a half, or both of them actually. I remember one of them. I liked one of them more. So I don't know necessarily why. I think it was because once I started playing on them longer, I felt that one of the actions was a little heavier, and so that's what I'm saying is I liked. It just had the crazy guys. When you have a fucking grand piano that's like 10 foot long, dude. This Fazioli was enormous, guys. Like bigger than a Steinway D is what I'm saying. And with the things that I like. I mean, I guess the hammers were just perfectly weighted or something, but the extremely feather light action with the concert grand, guys. I mean, you could play so like delicate, and that's what I'm saying. Like I know the limitations of the instrument that I'm on now because I've played concert grand pianos. I've played, you know, I remember Lang Lang did this concert down in Texas, and like the week before he came, I played the same piano that he was going to perform on, and like I had it all to myself for like 5 hours, the whole auditorium, okay, because it was a school thing, and again this was the school's one concert grand Steinway that I'm talking about, where it's they got the performing tech guy that comes that's like all licensed and only works on this piano, and they're like specially graded, you know, to only be in this class of performing instruments, you know. And anyways, our school only had one of them, so I got to play it. And again, I have one recording on that piano. A lot of people just don't even realize I played a Scriabin, the A and D sharp minor, and in that recording, I really like it because on the second time when you hear the melody and the octaves start going down in the bass up there, and then you also have this stupid huge jumps like this at the left hand in the bass. But what I'm saying is on that piano, I was able to increase the volume and the intensity of this bass every single time, all the way up to the part where it goes into F sharp. You know, and then that I used the soft pedal. I didn't use it there. And I'll just say on my piano, the soft pedal fucks it up because the action's messed up. Also, it plays on different strings. And that's what I'm saying, where I have to adjust the hammer location. So that's a little off. This one. So that's why I don't use the soft pedal. Okay. I normally would use the soft pedal a lot, okay? But I'm just saying specifically on this piano I don't because of that issue. That's what I'm saying. So this piano has a lot of issues. So anyways, you know, I'm just saying I've played literally the best instruments that have ever been. You know, I played Van Cliburn's piano actually, guys, too. So that's what I'm saying. I've played a lot of pianos, and these are like pianos that are usually open to the public for like music schools and students, and that's how I've had the opportunity to see a lot of these pianos. So anyways, what I'm trying to say is, so this last piano, we're gonna end it up to 3 pianos. The Henry F. Miller concert grand, okay, which was larger than normal, okay. It was 9. I remember it was like 9'3" or something. It was crazy, okay. And I remember the guy even listed it as like larger than normal concert grand, you know. So this Kimball, which is a Bosendorfer 200 copy or 6'7", okay. And then the last piano, which I didn't get, it was rebuilt. But I did not have enough money. Okay, I would have had to borrow a lot of money, and I'm still borrowing money. Okay, guys, like essentially paying back loans is what I'm saying. So I wasn't trying to increase like my living expense per se, because that's like an absolute luxury item for as far as living expenses. Okay, but it was a Baldwin SD10 concert grand. And it was completely rebuilt, and the finish was B, like just B, not B plus B minus, just a B finish, but all the hammers and strings, everything had been redone, and it was just I did not want to spend more than $10,000, including the moving cost for the piano. And so anyways, I went with this one because this whole piano, again, was completely brand new. Again, I wanted to talk about that church in Georgia. You know, the people donated it, and the church kind of went the very contemporary direction. You know, just realistically, all these churches doing live shows and stuff. Even the organs, like the organ in my church, guys, it's electronic. Okay, and that's what's happened with everything is even in Severance Hall, guys. A lot of people didn't know. I didn't know this for the longest time. Until I took the tour, guys. I took the organ tour for down. It was cool because they don't do this tour all the time, guys. It's like I want to say just when they feel like it type of thing. That's what it feels like it. And I was just really lucky during the time that they were going to do it. I happened to be free. I happened to also be volunteering, and I happened to be going to that concert. So I was like, look, all I got to do is show up an hour earlier, and I get to the whole behind the scenes. So anyways, what I'm talking about is the pipes, the pipes at Severance Hall. While they are real, when they got I don't know all the history, but the big point about it that I want to make is that when you see Severance Hall, and guys, Severance Hall is a very historic hall. You know, again, George Sell, you know, all these concerts and recordings and everything. You know, some of them I've been a part of, like the Brahms cycle with Yefim Bronfman and all the Brahms symphonies. Guys, yeah, okay, I kind of, Brahms isn't a composer I truly really enjoy a lot, but I was there, and I'm there in all the videos for both piano concerto performances, his symphonic or academic overture or whatever. I believe they recorded that, and then all his symphonies. You know, so I sat through all that shit and the rehearsals. So I wasn't there just there for the recordings. I was for some of those, especially the piano concertos. I was there for the rehearsals, which is really cool. I got to hear both Brahms concertos played a few times, and it doesn't even sound like a rehearsal, guys. I mean, unbelievable. Like just the level of performing, and I'm sure there's a lot more going behind the scenes that I don't see, but just the dress rehearsal sounded like a performance, guys. I couldn't believe it, and that's with every artist that I've seen that comes through. It's just like the dress rehearsals, they sound like a performance. You know, they may just abruptly stop somewhere. But for example, like one of the biggest things I'm real glad I got to see is the Ravel, Daphne, and Chloe, because I'll just say most people are only familiar with that and are only going to get to hear it in its suite form, like the Nutcracker suite. You know, you're not hearing the whole ballet. You're hearing, a lot of people kind of don't put that together. You know, like, oh, I recognize that tune. Yeah, you recognize that tune because they just put the potpourri together of the most popular tunes. But it's not the whole thing. And that's what I'm trying to say. With the Daphne and Chloe, I got to hear the whole thing performed with chorus orchestra. And I was at both, again, for the rehearsal. I was at the rehearsal for that and the performance. And what I wanted to say about the rehearsal is, for the rehearsal for that particular concert, they played the whole thing all the way through from straight to beginning. That was the rehearsal. And I was just blown away. Because like, that has so many moments, like, Ravel is such a different, I don't want to say different composer. Like, what I'm trying to say is you wouldn't put the same effects of grandeur, that you maybe would say, like, even in the sense of the number of instrumentalists or number of people required to make the sound, both in length and size, okay? That's kind of the whole modern thing, what I was saying in the Mahlerian sense, that the symphony requires many players, and not only many players, a lot of time. But what I'm trying to say is the Daphne and Chloe with Ravel, it requires hundreds of people. I think like 300 people, guys. If when you're including the choir members, which is over 100 members, and then people in the orchestra, there's easily over 100 people in the orchestra. The full orchestra that we know now with like, I guess, minus saxophone. I don't know. To me that is so weird, guys. How that is not an orchestral instrument. Anyways, but with trumpet and essentially full brass that we know, and then full percussion. That's like the full orchestra is like only 120, 130 people. So anyways, that's what I'm trying to say. So easily, maybe it wasn't 300 guys, but 250. Let's put it 250. It was probably around 250 people to put on that production of music. That's a lot of people, guys. Okay, and I remember, like, what I want to get at is there's moments. There's so many moments, like, again, I talked about this in a past live stream about. I hope you guys see that, like, I absolutely, like, only attend the greatest performances live, and that also goes for my favorite bands too. So I've seen Elton John live. He's one of my favorite artists, guys. I've seen him live. Okay, and that was an awesome experience. Okay, seeing Elton John live. Okay, so I just want to throw some more popular type stuff out there. You know what I'm saying? So I've seen a lot of bands live, guys. So, nothing like super hardcore underground. But what I'm saying is, like, man, you turn on the radio, and I've heard a good 30% of what you hear on the radio live in person. Interestingly too, I'm talking about all music too, guys. So that end of that story, I got this piano, okay, and I've had this piano for like probably now it's hitting 20 years. I have to go back on my paperwork and figure out. It's probably hitting 18 years right now. So this will be like my 18th year I've had this piano. Okay. So, but what I wanted to talk about is like artists I've seen live, like crazy stuff, and that's what I'm saying. So yeah, guys, I hope you guys have noticed that, like, I really like VG music. I like all types of music. I love metal, rock. I like really hard rock and 90s. I'm a 90s person. So what I'm getting at is, guys, I saw a little Bow Wow when he was like 6 years old. You know, because you guys now, and I understand he's kind of like not like his big moment was kind of over now. Okay, and, you know, I don't know what he's doing now, and you know, I wish him the best and stuff. But what I'm trying to say, just, you know, there was a time when he was like in movies. You know what I'm trying to say, and the way I saw him, guys, like my sister was like, once she could drive, she was really nice, okay, and she would do all these things, you know, throughout the year with me because she could drive. And one of them was, we had this place called Celebration Station, okay, and I'm not sure if it's still open or if it is open, but like like the big thing about Celebration Station is they have a 2-story arcade, okay, with games and tickets and like games where you like charge a card. Back then you used tokens, so you'd be using tokens, and then they had like go-karts and like bumper cars and stuff, and so the go-karts was like a huge thing. And they had this like special, I forget what it was. It was just for kids, like being in school. I'll just say, like, I don't know, maybe just because I didn't go to school here, but it just seems like in Texas, like there's a lot more hospitality, even just directed towards education, if that makes sense. And like every restaurant is always giving all the schools coupons, all the places are always giving all the schools coupons, you know, like hour off, 20%, whatever. So anyways, we got into Celebration Station for like $10 or $15 or something, guys. It's usually like really expensive. And then that's only the admission, you know, just like Disney World or something. You're just paying for the admission. Then you got to go in there and you're going to buy a $40 thing of popcorn, you know, because the popcorn is going to come with a special collectible cup or something. You know what I'm saying? So that's why you're paying that much money for it. So anyways, so we got in there for real cheap, and I remember I told my sister. She was like, "What do you want to do?" And video games. I like video games, guys, and I was born in the arcades, and so I was like, I want to go to the arcades, and I believe it had $20 or something, and that was a lot of money, guys, back then. That, you know, and later on in the days of arcades, that became like nothing. You would have to charge your card. You know, I have different stories of how the arcades changed, but for example, like the very last arcades that were truly great, okay, you would charge your cards, like, and they were presented to you like in the Las Vegas style, like when you go to Las Vegas and go to their arcades. And I mean, it was like a 2.5-story place. They had wall climbing, so this was an enormous place, like Dave & Buster's is what I'm trying to say. So what I'm saying is you would have to drop like at least $50 to even have an hour's worth of fun, because the way they do it, they put all the games on the hardest setting on the lowest amount of time, and then each game costs at least $1, you know, versus other arcades, because that's a lot of people don't think about that. Like there's nicer arcades where you could definitely go and get a better experience. When you go in there, you get more lives, or the game isn't on just such an ass hard setting, or really popular games like Daytona USA, I'll just say, or Cruising USA. You know, they don't set the timer to either. The games have different ways of doing it, being faster or less, or they credit you less time for each time you hit the checkpoint. So anyways, what I'm getting at is $20 was a lot, because this was when Street Fighter Alpha 2 was like in Celebration Station, guys. You could play that shit for 25 cents. A brand new game like Tekken 3, okay, 50 cents, 75 cents. Okay, now in these like Las Vegas later arcades, they'd be asking $1 straight up for any Street Fighter game. They want $1. Okay, and I'm just saying, like, I miss these days, guys. Like I used to just that's what you did when you went to the grocery store with your family. It's like, fuck the groceries, man. You went straight to the front, and they had every grocery store had a mini arcade, you know. And I would bring like, I would just bring my change, whatever I had. Okay, the way I did it is I saved my change from lunch, you know, and you know it adds up. You know, you get a quarter here, a quarter there. And then at the end of the week, or after the end of 2 weeks, you know, then you got like $2 or $3 to go to the machines. I'm just saying that's a lot of quarters. That's 12 lives is what I'm trying to say. And so what I'm trying to say is when you put $20 in, you got a whole cup, and they had cups like just like you're gambling with whatever. And I'm just saying when the games are only 25 cents or 50 cents, man, you could play a lot of games, okay? And yes, they did have more, like they did have the Daytona USA with like 8 players. That cost $1, okay? But that I understand why that cost $1. But they still had the smaller Daytona USA with just 2 or 4 players, and that was only 50 cents. That's what I'm trying to say. Like in these later arcades, they just try to rape you for everything and charge $1.50 for everything. You know, and then not only that, they don't even maintain the games. That's my biggest thing is like you'll go to, especially in these driving games or the shooting games where you pay all that money and then, because I love shooting games, guys. I've played every single shooter game, like at least the popular ones. I'll just say there's hundreds, but I played all the popular ones and beat them, like Area 51, okay, Revolution X. Okay, I beat both those games in the arcade, okay? I beat The Simpsons arcade in the arcade, guys. I beat that shit on quarters. Okay, fuck an emulator, fuck MAME, and fuck a place. It's like I did that shit like the real way, the only way, you know. And I'm just saying the only other way to do that now is to just treat it like, and that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm like no RGB, no save state either. Yeah, I use save states and stuff, but that's the truest way. You really want to like get the experience of playing these games back then, especially Nintendo games. Because all these people be beating stuff so quick now, and then you find out like they're just watching YouTube videos for everything, and then they save state everything. I'm like, look, don't look at one fucking guide for the whole first 2 weeks while you try to play that, and you're not allowed to use anything except what's allowed for you to save in the game. You know, and if it's like Resident Evil and you only got like one more ink ribbon to save, man, then you can only save one more time, and that's it. And if you get on a shitty save, because I've had this too, you know, I'll talk about this Resident Evil 3 Nemesis, guys. I almost beat that game renting it. Okay, it's another story. But what I'm trying to say is it had to do with I had just a terrible save, and it was my only save that I had, and it's like I had to use it. And so every time I restarted the game at that save point, it's like I had like no fucking ammo and no life. And I was just I was just getting raped, and I didn't know what I was doing. So, anyways, I kind of got stuck, and I had to return the game, and I never beat it. Okay. So, anyways, you know, I beat the Simpsons arcade game in the arcade with quarters. Okay. I beat the Ninja Turtles game. Okay. In the arcade. Okay. I beat Killer Instinct in the arcade. Okay. I could not do that anymore. I'll just say I used to be really good at Killer Instinct, guys. Like I'm talking like I wouldn't call it pro level, but I'd say like mid level. Okay, I'm not advanced, but I'm not noob either. Like I knew like all the main combos for like every single person player. Okay, and especially with Orchid, I knew her longest combo too. And it's like so crazy in that game, like how the combo system works. And the only thing I specifically remember about that Orchid is one, it's that left hold back, and then straight forward with strong kick, which is L. And the thing about it is because that makes her do this like kind of flip thing that she does with her legs on, and I believe she has 2 different versions of it. But you have to start it out with because the way the combo system works in that game is so weird. It's like it works on a credit system based upon your first input, but also the at the time when like because what for example that move that I just told you hold back for L, that's a 3 hit combo move. And so what I'm saying, to do the maximum hit combo and link it in with the ultra combo at the end, you have to start that combo on the last hit. You get what I'm saying? So it's like you gotta like be spaced really far away from your opponent, do the move, and then make sure you start the combo on the last hit of her foot. And so what I'm saying is when the computer has that much time to move while you're trying to make that much space, that's what I'm saying. That's what makes starting that combo so difficult. Okay? But anyways, I knew all of like the mechanics of the game and stuff. And anyways, I'm saying I beat that game in the arcade. Okay, I beat Mortal Kombat, the original Mortal Kombat, in the arcade as well, guys. So, and I played the original Mortal Kombat. I probably spent my whole life. Probably doesn't seem that much, but I'm just saying. I just want to say, like, this is how much I played it every single time I saw the game. Everywhere. Mortal Kombat was everywhere, guys. When you went to CC's Pizza, any pizza place that you went to, one had video games, okay? And then two, they had fucking Mortal Kombat, okay? And I my whole life, I probably spent over $200 in quarters, you know, just playing that game. Going there just every weekend or whatever, when you're going there with your friends, birthday party. You know, there's so many. I'm going to close my blinds real quick. So I hope you guys like my plants. Look how beautiful they are. And, you know, I want to talk about these plants a little bit real quick. Because, again, my channel is not a joke, guys. You know, like ornithologist and like gardener. I'm not sure if I put gardener in there. I may have to add it, okay? But I think I've shown you guys all my fruit trees and everything. I planted. I got like 10 fruit trees. You know, all different fruit trees. I got like 2 cherry trees. I got a sweet cherry tree and a sour cherry tree. I got 2 apple trees. I got a pink lady apple tree and I got a Fuji apple tree. Okay, I got a Bartlett pear tree. One of my rarest trees too. I mean, I'll just say it's rare up here. Okay, to find this tree. Okay, this is absolutely the hardest tree to find. And when I saw this tree, guys, I bought it up, and I was like, "You were going home with me." Because if you guys haven't noticed, okay, like again, my channel is not a joke, and I like having the energy of plant life. And you may not see it so much in my house, but especially outside, and when the spring's coming, which is coming now, it's like I like my fruit trees. I like my lawn. Okay. I have a wildflower patch and then my roses, okay, and I got a couple other plants that flower as well. You know, one of them they only flower once per year, and I got them in red, white, and blue. And again, this is not only because of the colors, but I was like, it's like the colors of the USA, and so when they bloom, it looks like a little flag. And anyways. So I got 2 different rose bushes between them, which are also rare colored roses. Okay, white and yellow. Okay, I'm saying rare. It's like, because look, you go to Home Depot, you're like never gonna find anything except a red rose. You're gonna find like just shades of red and pink, you know. And so what I'm saying, so with this other fruit tree, what I'm getting at is a white nectarine tree. And what I'm saying, Menards had it. Okay, like Home Depot, Lowe's, they never carry this tree. And Menards is a store, a home improvement place that I was unfamiliar with because I'm from the South. Okay, anyways, but they get anywhere from like 60 to 70 fruit trees every year, and they just get them all at one time. And you have to go. This is with all the places, okay? And interestingly, guys, I've got a few of my best trees from Walmart. Okay, I want to talk about those later. But the nectarine tree, what I want to talk about is they got all these fruit trees 70, and I'm telling you, you have to be on it, especially when you want plants, guys. Not only the colors, okay, I'll just say the colors sell out fast, but you also want the healthy colored plants. Then it's like you have to be on top of the gardening game. That's what I'm saying. I enjoy doing that, and this year I'm gonna redo all the beds around my fruit trees, because they're already there, but they need to be cleaned out, and they're overgrown with a lot of stuff because I've reseeded my grass, and there's just a ton of weeds also that I kind of maintain. But the best way to do it is just get rid of them all you know what I'm saying? So anyways, it's going to take a lot of work, and I'm not going to be able to do it in one day. But anyway, so what I'm getting at is they only have 3 of these trees, of the white nectarine trees, guys. And again, you have to, I got the best one. Because another thing with trees, guys, I'll just say I care about this, okay? I don't want a tree that splits in a Y, okay? It depends on what the type of tree is, how big the tree is going to grow. Because I got a peach tree. My peach tree is short and stumpy in it, and I'll say it splits. but I'm saying for pear tree and an apple tree, I want one that just grows on a single trunk straight up. You don't want to buy a plant that's immediately splitting at the bottom. You get what I'm saying? And anyway, so interestingly, both are out of those 3 white nectarines. The only one that had a single straight branch was the one I bought, and so I bought it right there. And it was expensive too. It's $40. Okay, so I'll just say that's on the more expensive side for just in general fruit trees at just the garden store here. So what I want to get at is, so I got the cherry trees, I got a white nectarine, I got a yellow nectarine tree, the Bartlett pear tree, I have a peach tree, I got the Fuji apple tree, I got the pink lady apple, I got an apricot tree. Okay, and what's interesting too about all these the apricot, I didn't know this, but now I know, and it has to do with also, like when you're buying trees and these plants, you cannot just buy any plants. You have to look. I mean, I guess if you just want to just plant the tree, I mean, if you leave it there for a couple years, it'll probably get pollinated. But what I'm trying to say is a lot of the trees, they have to be cross pollinated. Okay, and either you have to be real lucky. I'll just say, which I am very lucky. There's another guy down the street, one house down across from me, and he's got the other open lawn, open plant. And it's like me and him, we're both like the garden dudes. He's got 40 fruit trees, and he's got a lot of blueberry bushes too. This year, I'm gonna ask to take one of his stumps and see if I can transplant it over here, because I've been trying to grow. I got a grape. Okay, I got a white grape vine. Okay, it's like such an infant stages, but I've always been trying to grow raspberries and blueberries, and I've just never been able to get the roots to establish. That's the hardest thing, because they're kind of like strawberries, and that's kind of like right now when you see they sell strawberry roots, they sell so many for real cheap. It's because like half of them aren't gonna root, or it's like you got to get them at like the perfect time, right when they put them out, because like you wait 2 weeks or definitely a month, it's like the whole bag is gone. Like nothing is gonna plant, you know. And so, anyways, so that's what I'm saying. So yeah, I spend a lot of my time outside, guys. I really enjoy. I'll just say I really enjoy mowing my lawn. Okay, that's the big thing I wanted to talk about. Is I got a lawn sweeper from the Goodwill today, guys. Lawn sweepers, guys, they are so expensive. You know, the only thing about it doesn't have the bag. So, but I got, you know, that's what I'm saying. I got to be crafty. I'm fixing all this shit in my house. You know, my deck and everything. So I'm just saying everything has to have TLC, especially if you want it for a deal. Anyways, I got this shit for $12, guys, and I have a quarter of an acre of land. Okay, with trees, with 100-year-old trees on 3 of the 4 corners. Okay, so that's an ass ton of leaves, is what I'm trying to say. So that's why I need this shit. So I'm gonna fabricate. It barely fit in my car, but I already tested it out, and I'm like, oh man, this is just gonna make picking up the leaves just so much easier, guys. You know. So anyways, I got that. What else? Today was half day off. There wasn't anything good at the thrift store. It was half. Oh man, I got something really good. Okay, interestingly, I read this book already, so I won't tell you. I got it for $2. They wanted $4. You can look it up. Okay, it's called Abby Whiteside, and it's called Studying the Chopin Etudes or something. And I recommend the book to everybody. Okay, it's just some really good knowledge, you know. So, and I read the book. I read the book like 15 years ago. So it's nice to actually have it again, because I remember I checked it out from the library. So that's how I read it. So I never had the book, but I just checked it out and read it. But now I have a copy of the book. I got it for $2, guys. And it's hardback, and it has the cover page that goes around it. It's like in like super good condition. I got something else. What else did I? Oh yeah, okay. And I got this. I got a bike foot pump. You know, one that you do with your foot, and it's got a gauge on it. You know, those things are like really expensive, guys. They're anywhere like in the cheap end from like maybe $15 all the way on the high end to like $40. I've seen them all the way up to like 50. You know, like in the of course they look much more heavy duty and everything. But I got one for $4 today, guys, from the grocery store. They only had 3 of them left, and I was like, I'm just telling you, the thing about it is I always need those, like air pumps for the tires, because my moped and bikes, I got 3 bikes. I got one bike which I use as like to go to the grocery store. Then my other bike, and these are all 26-inch bikes, is what I'm saying. It's just so easy to maintain this form of transportation, is what I'm trying to say. To maintain a moped with a 26-inch wheel, guys, is so cost saving, is all I'm trying to say. It's like all I have to do is just replace all the parts with a 26-inch mountain bike parts. And you know, for example, I got all these tubes. I picked up 16 tubes on clearance from Walmart, okay, for $30. You know, I bought 4 boxes, four boxes. They had them all on clearance, and I bought them because look, I said all that together would have already been like 80 all the way together. And anyways, what I'm saying is I got my moped, which is the 26-inch, and then I got my one. I go to the grocery store. I built a basket on the back, and I want to also. I got this Jurassic Park license plate off one of my other mopeds. I have like 5 mopeds, okay, but the only moped, realistically, guys, that is just the one I ever want to use is the one that from eBay, the one from China. It's like I got a really nice. I got a Vespa, guys. I got a Vespa moped. I got a Puke moped, okay, and I'm just saying. Neither of those. Okay, the Vespa is just slow and expensive, okay, and just an absolute bitch to work on, okay? And then the Puke, okay, it's not as powerful as the China engine, okay, considering the size. And the other thing, the turn radius is absolutely terrible, and it's like nothing. It's like, again, on the mountain bike, it's like I can do so much shit. I can wear my backpack, I can lug shit with me. Like the last thing I'm looking for, guys, is to bring my cats around or just to lug stuff around is a trailer, you know, for the bike, you know, and I can use one of those kid trailers or whatever and just take out the seat, or they make things, you know. But essentially, I want a covered trailer. You know what I'm saying? So, and then I got my other 26-inch bike is like just like my straight up workout bike, where if I just want it, so my gym is really close to here. I can ride my bike to the gym. And you know, in this weather, okay, I'm really lazy. I haven't done shit in 2 years now, what feels like. But when I decide to go to the gym in nice weather, I can ride my bike there and lock it up. So, or go to the lake. So that's what I use that bike for. So anyways, that's what I'm saying. That's why that bike thing comes in handy, because like I said, it's like all the stuff I have for my kitchen. I have like a backup air fryer. I got a backup toaster oven. I got a backup microwave. It's because when that stuff goes bad, I instantly want to have the backup right away. So, I got a new blow dryer too for $2, guys. I got a $40 blow dryer for $2, guys. A Conair Infinity blow dryer. You guys look this blow dryer up on Amazon right now. It's $41.95. It comes in like 5 different colors, and it is such a high quality blow dryer. And guys, yes, okay, because a blow dryer is one of my absolutely highest used items. Okay, next to my toothbrush. Every time I use my toothbrush, guys, okay, which is every day, I use my blow dryer. Okay, which is every day. Okay. And so anyways, what's so cool about it is I dislike all the colors, because they make these things for women, you know. It comes in like a green and a pink or something like that, and I got this just gray, and it just looks so men's. And anyways, and it's all clean. It's like it's never been used. You know, you can tell when a blow dryer has never been used when you look inside it and you look at the back, and there's absolutely, like, you can tell all the stuff is clean. So anyways, I'm real excited about that, because I'm bringing 2 blow dryers back home when I go home. I'm traveling here, and because I I can't stand having crappy blow dryers, and in particular this one blow dryer at my mom's house, which I always have to use there. It like overheats and stops, and I can't. So what I have to do is like you use it. It's like a travel one. It's like got a really like short snout. You know what I'm saying? It's really narrow, or the whole thing is narrow. It's made to travel. So what happens is like it like overheats. I'm not sure if it's just because it's old. I'm sure it's because it's old. Also partly because it clogs up really fast too. So I did clean it, and that actually helped it a lot. But what I'm saying, nevertheless, it's like when you're using the blow dryer as much as I use the blow dryer, it overheats, and then what happens? It trips, and you have to blow into it and blow it until the sensor, and you can hear the sensor click back off. And when the the heat sensor clicks back off, you can click the reset button and use it again. That's what I'm saying. I mean, you shouldn't have to do that with a blow dryer. You know, you should essentially a blow dryer. You should be able to use for like 20 minutes straight. So, anyway, so that's why I bought the blow dryer. I don't know which blow dryers I'm going to bring home now because I haven't talked about that, guys. Things that which I collect, guys. Okay, I collect pepper crackers. Okay, I have probably over like 40 pepper crackers. Okay, and I have I have a designated pepper cracker for my car that I only eat at McDonald's with. Okay, it's my McDonald's pepper cracker. Okay, I got it from TJ Maxx, guys. It was like $25, and the TJ Maxx price was like $15. I remember because you know, I don't like paying a lot for pepper crackers, you know. And if it doesn't crack good, I'm not going to buy it too. So I don't collect pepper crackers because like I want like 1,000 pogs or cards or something. I collect them for function, okay? And anyways, and so this one had all the functions which I wanted, and it was brand new, okay? And it was wood, okay? And I like wood pepper crackers the most, guys. 100% wood with either ceramic or metal, okay? No plastic at all. Ceramic, metal, and wood, and that's it. That's my kind of pepper cracker, okay? And when you start looking at pepper crackers, you're gonna start seeing, especially with wood ones, that you're gonna go into them and they're gonna have plastic pieces. So that's what I'm saying. Like it's gonna be really hard to find a pepper cracker that's 100% wood with 100% metal and just a ceramic piece, okay? So actually, I like 100% metal because sometimes the ceramic cracks or the ceramic it chips. You know, it isn't like metal. You know, I'll say the metal's what I use right now for everything. So, anyways, pepper crackers. Okay, obviously VHS. Okay, I collect VHS. I collect audio receiver equipment like vintage 90. I have like 15 home theater amplifiers. Okay. Each of these amplifiers, no joke, is worth like $100, guys. So, and I have a whole range of them from just VHS and Dolby Pro Logic all the way up to Bluetooth 3.1, HDMI 7.1 Blu-ray, wireless. You know, I have Denon. You know, I have all different brands. I got every brand. I got RCA. I got Pioneer. Okay, I'll just say I don't like RCA. But now since I collect them and I got a deal on it, I was like, what the hey? You know? And also the other thing about it is it's just plain and simple. The other reason I got it is because I still noticed that though it's RCA, even this old RCA receiver, it feels better built than the shit I'm seeing now at Best Buy. It really does. It feels better. And so anyways, so I bought it. And it's a DVD 5.1. I think it's 100 watts a channel or something, or 100 watts a channel, something like that. Whatever. But I got a Denon. I got Pioneer. I'll just say for real, I like Pioneers a lot. Okay, the receiver that I used at home for like my everything, and especially to listen to my records. Okay, was a Pioneer. Okay. Computers. Okay, sheet music. Okay, I like my books. I also collect keyboards. Okay, if you guys didn't notice, like, and I'm talking about more like Casio, Yamaha entry level keyboards. You know what I'm saying? I'm not talking about Korgs or Rolands. You know, those just don't interest me too much. I mean, yeah, if I could have one for free or whatever, okay. But I'm just not interested in them. Okay, and then instruments. Okay, I got a couple instruments. There's a lot of instruments I don't have. Okay, but the instruments I have right now, guys, obviously I got this piano here. Okay, I got a Hammond organ right here. Okay, it's an A100. It's got a Leslie rotating speaker. Okay, I got my World War II Wurlitzer over there. I got the Yamaha. It's a P22 upright Yamaha, and you know, in my garage I got a Spinet. Okay, it's the only Spinet I have. It's that Lowry. Okay, Spinet. Okay, then I got like 5 acoustic guitars. I got a mandolin. I got a banjo. I got like 3 melodicas. I have like 4 toy pianos. I also got the largest toy piano ever made, 49 key Jamar. I'm the only person on the whole internet that has this piano, guys. So, and no, it's not for sale. Okay, I intend to refinish it and re-sustain it and fix a lot of stuff on it, guys, and also tune it, like which involves removing metal and adding solder to the chimes. Okay, I got an oboe, I got a clarinet, I got a trumpet, I got a trombone. Okay, I got a mini jazz drum set. Okay, it's really like a upscale kids drum set, but it's interesting. I mean, you can do everything on here. I got everything. It's exactly like one of those just like a jazz drum set that you would use at a coffee place. You know, this. Okay, if you're trying to do some fucking metal, or even if you're just trying to play rock music, yeah, okay, you're gonna need a bigger kick drum. But to do some light shit, okay, especially just jazz shit, because that's what I got it for, so that if I ever have a friend that plays, then you can come over here and it's got the sound, okay, it's got the lightness is what I like. So I need better cymbals, but anyways, so I have that, okay. That's really it, you know. So the other instruments, the most recent one I regret not getting was the bassoon. This I talked about it on one of my other live streams. This person had a bassoon and they gave it away for like $100, and I mean this thing was worth like $2,000. Okay, flute and piccolo. You know, I've had a lot of opportunities to buy it, but it's just, for whatever reason, it's just never been absolutely high on my list. I think because of how easy it is to get those instruments. It's like, look, whenever I really want to get a flute and piccolo, I can get it that same week. You know, but other instruments like bassoon, that's like a very difficult instrument to find. Okay, unless you're just willing to just pay a couple grand, then you can have an easy selection for a number of instruments. But finding a bassoon for $100, guys, a Conn bassoon for $100, you're like never gonna find that again. Okay, so anyways. Yeah, that's the stuff I collect. Show me what else is going on right now. I got an enormous job tomorrow. Like I just know the piano's gonna take a long time. I'm just not tuning it. So, but the lady is 90 years old, guys. So that's just amazing, you know. I would love to live to be 90, you know. So that's just respect for anybody who has longevity like that, you know. So I forget where I have to go. I don't think it's enormously far. Let's see if I got what else is going on. I'm trying to think of what else I bought. I think that's it. Just I didn't buy much yet. I got that Chopin book. The Chopin book. I got that the sweeper. kind of hungry right now, actually, guys. So I'm kind of debating about what it kind of sucks. So I'm going to take the chicken out, okay? And we're going to hope that it thaws up in time. Okay, so this chicken is not going to thaw in time. All right, so back to my talking. I got people good. Okay, cool. So thanks for sticking around, guys, because I'll just say, yeah, the music is part of my stream, but I like talking a lot. Okay, I do like talking about my interests. Who doesn't like talking about their interests? So if you guys didn't know, one of the things that's I've been trying to do is set up my home theater system. Yeah, so I talked about all those amplifiers and receivers which I got, and none of them are hooked up, okay? And I have enough speakers now to have a 5.1 system. I'm going to do a lot of experimenting, guys. Okay, I'll talk about it later, but I have enough speakers to do a 5.1 system in my garage, in my living room, in this room I'm in right now, and my bedroom and my basement. So that's a lot of speakers, guys. And I'm talking about each one of those setups is what I'm saying has its own receiver, has its own wireless TV, okay? Because I have, again, it's like I kind of slowed down. But look, if I have 5 computers, guys, and I want to do triple monitors on all 5 of my computers, how many monitors do I need? I need 15 monitors, okay? So that's why I have like 20 monitors, okay? So that I can have that kind of setup on every single computer, okay? Anyways, but what I'm saying is I have 4 projectors, okay? One of them is really, really nice. It's like an Epson LED projector. It's like really new. It just has a crack in it. That's why the guy got rid of it. It has a little crack. And all I did was tape it together. And I also have the things that repair plastic, you know, that you can heat it up and put those little things in and then clip the metals. And it works perfect. And that was it. It's like low hours too. Really, really, really low hours, okay? So, but what I'm saying is that's a lot of equipment to have both the DVD player, the amplifier, 5.1 speakers, that's including the sub, with the TV and an HDMI projector and a computer. So that's what I'm saying. That's the setup for each one of those rooms. And anyway, but the biggest one is the one I want to use the most, with also obviously the best speakers. And it's so much shit because like I bring everything into the middle floor of my house, but like almost everything has to go up 2 floors or down 1 floor. And so you can imagine that everything I bring in my house, it just accumulates on this single floor. And that's what I'm saying, to clear the space up to make the home theater and do all that stuff. Also rearrange my furniture, because once I have that whole setup, I really have to take in consideration where I want to be sitting, which I like, but what I'm saying is the sound is uneven, you know, so I have to figure out a different way to sit to where I can have the sound, okay? Is to move all this shit up to my attic, and some stuff in my basement that's up 3 floors, guys, up to my attic, and now you realize just why it takes me so long to do all this shit, because I'm just saying that shit is exhausting, guys. Moving one box 3 floors, guys, and then just walking back down the stairs with nothing makes me tired, okay? And having to move boxes of VHS, guys, like I said the other day, or I brought down also that box of 78s. That little box of 78s, guys, that box is only like 14 by 14, like barely like a foot by foot by foot cube. That shit weighed like 60 pounds, okay? And it's fragile too. So it's like the bottom of the box is all bowing. This isn't stuff that you can just like lift up and slam down like an ignorant weight at the gym and just be like, oh man, I just lifted all this shit, and throw it on the floor, and then like pound your power drink, and then go flex your muscles in front of the mirrors while you fix your fucking little white tee thing in your headphones. You know, this is what people do at the gym, is what I'm saying. So, anyways, and this is why I fucking hate going to the gym, you know, and why I've let Planet Fitness take my money for the last 12 months is because that's just part of it, you know. You can call it an excuse, but it doesn't. If I'm in the mood to go work out, but I have to know I have to go work out and be seen and also see these people, I don't want to work out because I don't want to see these people, you know. And it's hard to go to the gym when here's the big thing is they cut the hours in my gym a year ago, guys. The gym used to, it wasn't even 24 hours, and they called it 24 hours. It's only 24 hours Monday from 6 a.m. to Friday at 7 p.m. How early? Can you imagine how early is that? That is closing at a 7 or 8 p.m. or 9 o'clock. Sorry, 9 o'clock on a Friday, and then closing at 7 p.m. on Saturday. Okay, that is not 24 hours. You're only 24 hours on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. That's it. Okay? And so anyways, they cut the hours down even more. Okay? And that was a big part of it because I was just, not only was I able to go at different hours, just having that many hours available to so many people allowed other people in the gym just not to crowd it so much. You know what I'm saying? Now they cut all the hours and it's not 24 hours and you can't be there past midnight. That's what I'm saying. It was really nice to be in there like at 1 or 2 a.m. or 12:30. I don't know. Just the kind of like times I get in the mood to work out, guys. I'm not. I would just say I've done it before. I did it for a long time. I'm not saying it doesn't work. I'm just saying for me and my lifestyle the way it is now, waking up and working out is the last fucking thing I want to fucking do. Okay? That's the absolute fucking last thing I want to fucking do. I'm not even going to get into it and give all my reasons, and I don't know. I feel like all my reasons are valid, you know. Just like I don't like people touching my food. That's why I don't Uber and stuff. It's just absolutely logical to me why you should not work out in the morning, okay? So I'm not going to get into that conversation. But anyways, I did it for a long time. Anyways, I'm a person where like I get in the mood to work out and I do my best workouts either in the evening or very late at night. And I'm talking like 12:30, 1 or 2 a.m., something like that. And anyways, so that's why I need to bring all that shit up to my attic, you know, because my attic is where I have all my workout stuff, and I haven't touched it at all, you know. Anyways, so I took my chicken out to de-thaw, which I'm not gonna lie, I'm really, really hungry. I only ate McDonald's earlier today. So though I have eaten, it's like I'm definitely hungry. I'm hungry again right now. Okay, I'm really hungry right now, and my mouth is really dry because I'm talking so much. So you know, I'm talking about that. I'm gonna go get my drink. I'm gonna moisturize my mouth with some liquid. So, I'm also going to bring you what I'm going to watch. So I'm sorry guys, I can't, I got to mute the TV or just stop my stream because like I said, you play like at least 5 seconds of anything, everything gets copyrighted. Anyway, so I got 19 VHS a couple days ago from a thrift store really far away. And it's just because I was out there tuning this person's piano. And I bought them all full price, which is 99 cents. Okay. So out of the 19, all of them are Star Trek episodes, 18 Star Trek episodes. And then one is I got The Time Machine. I talked about it. It's one of my favorite books. I have it on DVD already. And I believe I have a copy of it on tape. But I just wanted another copy. And it was a nice copy. And for $1, like I said, guys, I collect stuff. And with the VHS, guys, I'm telling you guys, it is no joke. because I already put the tape up, but I'm having tapes snap on me now, guys. I've never had this like in the past, and this is just like straight up because they're getting old. The tapes are snapping. So one of the Star Trek episodes, the last one I just watched, luckily I got all the way to the very end of the episode, man, like right in the credits, and I thought something happened, and the credits came up and it snapped at the credits, and I was like, well, at least I got to watch the episode, so I'll repair the tape. You just tape it back together. But what I'm saying is that's not to say that it's gonna break again. That's just like the first step of the rest of it just degrading into powder. Because that's what's gonna happen. So, anyways, but this is the next episode. They're all random episodes, but I put them in order. So this is episode 28. And if you guys didn't know, the first Star Trek seasons, they got like 72 or 74 episodes, something like that. So it's less than 100. But anyway, so there's only that many episodes is what I'm trying to say. And the reason I like it, guys, is because, one, I'm a huge fucking Star Trek fan, guys. From Star Trek now all the way to the newest Star Treks, like Star Trek and Beyond on Blu-ray. And Into Darkness, guys, like Star Trek Into Darkness is hands down like it's almost bringing a tear to my eye. One of the best Star Trek movies ever made, guys, hands down. I've watched that. I have it on Blu-ray. I've watched that movie like 50 times. Okay, and that's a more recent movie for me. So 50 is a lot. Okay. But hands down, guys, excuse me, that iteration of Star Trek, guys, I like by far is my favorite because what I was getting at is like I'm not so much of a fan of Deep Space Nine. I only like the original Star Trek and the Star Trek Generations with like Captain Picard and then Data, But Deep Space Nine, I'll watch it if it's on TV, but I'm really not a fan of it. You know what I'm saying? And then also the same thing with the movies, like First Contact and Resurrection. I think are great movies. Okay, don't get me wrong, they are great movies. Like if you want to watch one of those two movies, like Resistance is Futile, I'll sit down and watch it for you because I love those movies. But with that being said, Star Trek Into Darkness and Beyond, guys, like it was like another level. It was everything. Not only it hit everything for me, it hit the story, music, plot, and characters. Everything was good. And especially the music, guys. The music is so good for Star Trek Into Darkness. And the other thing about it, the reason why it's so good, guys, is because they used the original theme. If you guys are wondering why I probably loved it so much, is because Star Trek Into Darkness, they used the original theme that they use in this movie. They wanted to come back to Captain Kirk when he's young, and also meeting Spock, not when he's Captain Kirk, like already commander. You know what I'm saying? And so what I'm saying is the canon of that story is following this. It's not the canon of like Deep Space Nine and stuff, or even Generations. You know what I'm saying? And so, anyways, that's because Captain Kirk is the guy I like. William Shatner, guys. That is my favorite Star Trek person. So, anyways, so what I'm getting at, guys, is this is what I'm watching, episode 28. It's just kind of random, the ones I got, but I put them in order. So this is the one I'm watching. I'll leave it here. Hopefully this tape doesn't break on me. But man, okay, just that's what I'm saying. That's why I want to set it up, because I have a 7.1 receiver, and I want to set up the 7.1 surround sound and not only watch my tapes, but especially that's one of the movies. I have a few. The movies that come on DVD and Blu-ray are like that I'm particularly interested in are like less and less and less. So, but like to give you some of my favorite movies that I have on Blu-ray that I'll watch. I like Day After Tomorrow, okay, on Blu-ray. I like San Andreas on Blu-ray, okay. These are some of my most expensive DVDs actually. So I have 28 Days Later. I have the whole series on tape, DVD, and DVD, guys. Just go look up how expensive these are. Okay, it's like $50 or something like that. So, uh, I I got 28 Days Later on DVD. Okay, I really like all the X-Men movies and Avengers on Blu-ray. I have a lot of those. I have them from the very first one, Captain America. Because again, my channel is not a joke. Movie extra, movie stand-in. I'm in that movie, guys. Okay, you're like, no way, you're not in the movie. Yes, I am. I'm in Captain America, Avengers. Okay, and I'm gonna be straight up. Okay, if you're watching the stream now, okay, you're gonna. There's a little bit of tidbit about me that like very few people know. No one knows. Okay, but I'll let it go on stream right now. So yes, I was in this movie, guys, and it was a very hard selection. If you see when the movie was filmed, it was filmed in 2009. It was filmed in here in Ohio, and it was one of the very first big movie productions. Also, the first Marvel like in the whole Avengers series. It's the first movie in the whole Avengers series. You know that just has become completely something different now. That's what I'm trying to say. But this is the one with I forget that dude's name. The guy who was Captain America. Everybody really likes him. So, anyways, I probably would have been. Okay, here's the thing. I was the last person in line. They were casting for this movie, doing casting call for this movie next to the school I was going to. And again, my channel's not a joke. I was in medical school, okay? And I dissected humans, and that's like my side hobby, an anatomist, biochemist, you know, biochemical engineer, DNA replication and combinate or all this stuff, you know, recombinant DNA. You know, I literally did this stuff. Like I know all this stuff. Like I programmed like primers and enzymes, and I did like absolute PhD level study bacterial and biochemical engineering work. Like that's on the level of COVID. You know, doing shit like COVID. You know, making up my own genes and gene therapy and stuff. So that's another story. But anyway, so I was going to school for that shit, and I was coming up one day to study. Okay, and this was, I forget when it was. I remember I skipped all my classes. Okay, because you can do that in a lot of these upper higher schools. I mean, it's not good to do it, but I'm just saying if you really need to, or if you're just able to learn the material by yourself, which I am. Okay, then you can skip the class, okay? Because plus the class is getting recorded. So there's always the benefit to sitting in the class because, you know, you're going to miss something that the professor says and that's going to show up on the test. So anyways, I'm not condoning that, but what I'm just saying, I knew a lot of people, and I was also one of them that was able to graduate college without ever going to class. And I'm not saying I didn't learn anything, I'm just saying I learned everything on my own. You know, you only had to go to the class from the first day, and then for lab days, and then if they had pop quizzes, okay, and then on test days. So if you had a class that had pop quizzes, you know, you probably had to go to that class. I would go to all those classes. But other classes where, you know, you like chemistry, a chemistry class, or I'm talking about biochemistry, you know, or organic chemistry, not like Chem 101. I'm talking about higher level chemistries. Typically these classes, you're going to know the whole schedule for everything. You're going to know all the lab dates. And all your quizzes are going to be done in lab. They're not going to be done in class. Okay, so you're gonna know all you're gonna have to go to lab. Okay, that's the nature of lab. Is that lab is like 20 times longer and more intensive than the class, and it's only 1 hour long. You know. So anyways, but what I'm saying, knowing all that stuff, you can essentially skip every single class except for those dates which you have to be in school for the lab or those quiz dates. And again, if it's something like chemistry or physics or some kind of science, all the quizzes are going to be done in your lab. Okay, not to say your professor isn't going to give one, but what I'm saying is you can. I did it. You can fail. You can. The college is so weird, guys. The way it works, because. I'm not trying to say you can always count on it by slacking your way through, but what I'm saying is there's a lot of ways to pass is what I'm trying to say. And when it comes down to it, it's like you could skip and fail like one or two quizzes, like which I did. I skipped a quiz and I completely failed one quiz, 10 questions and I got one question right. I got a 10. That was my score, 10. Okay, and I still got an A in the class. And that's what I'm trying to say. And that's when you start going, you see all the weights of everything. You see that there's an enormous fucking amount of weight on the test, lab, and then usually on homework or something if they have homework. So when you really calculate all those quizzes, yeah, I skipped class and I missed the pop quiz because the way they do it, they're going to tell you throughout the year there's going to be 3 or 4 pop quizzes, but you don't know when they're going to be, so everyone's always waiting for the first one and asking everybody, and then, okay, and, everyone's just always asking when the pop quizzes are, and you're going to find out if you're there for one. If you're there for it, you're going to take it, and if you're not, then you're going to miss. And anyway, so I'm saying, yeah, I got a 10 on a pop quiz, and then I got a 0 on the other one because I didn't show up, and I still got an A in the class, is what I'm trying to say. Because when you do all that weight of how they do lab, and then also they had homework for this one, which counted as like 20% of your grade, which is quite substantial when you consider how much weight one of the 3 tests or the final is carrying in the class. So, but a lot of this stuff too, it's like the final carries a lot of weight. So it's like you have to do good on the final is what I'm trying to say, and that's why none of these other things matter. You could even skip a lab day and not even do your work for lab and still make an A in the class. Given that you probably made every quiz. You can't be skipping any quizzes. But I'm just saying that's how it is. Another example. I was taking this calculus class, and I mean this is just me. Like I said, I guess I consider it a blessing, and it's a blessing to have gone to college. I feel like I got everything out of it that I should have, and I wish I stayed longer and got more, okay, out of it, okay, because I loved it. College was amazing. It was one of the most just funnest times of my life and most productive times of my life. So, but anyways, I was taking this calculus class, this like upper level calculus class. I don't know how this happened, but what I'm trying to say is that this stuff isn't my interest. Music is my interest, and creating art is my interest now. Okay, and that has solely been what my energies are put towards now, is either talking about my art, criticizing art, playing my art, or trying to improve my art, like by tuning pianos or playing at church or something like that, learning hymns, or learning Chopin or whatever. My last 3 uploads were Chopin. Okay, so. Anyways, what I'm saying is I fell asleep. I didn't even know. It's like I didn't care about this class at all. I don't know why. That was just my attitude. And realistically, a lot of these classes, even all the way up through biochemistry. Okay, this is why I got this job with that biochemistry teachers, because I'll just say this is one of my gifts was science knowledge. I have a photographic memory almost for like science type stuff, like in mechanisms and seeing cell walls and like what the names for all this stuff is and stuff. And I guess it's kind of similar with piano and patterns, or art. It's a little bit similar, but indifferent. I'll just say in science it has to do with words and writing and everything in Latin and understanding roots and stuff. So that's what I'm saying. So it's like it requires an enormous vocabulary which is varied, meaning like you've heard just enough of other dialects. I mean, once you start studying science, guys, you start. I'm talking about biomedical sciences, medical sciences. You start seeing how all the words from everywhere are just like rooted in Latin and rooted in French, Latin and French. It just comes down to that. So, anyways. I'm just saying, even Vietnamese is French, and I've talked about this too. Why I'm not like any other of these Asians, Japanese or whatever. I'm a French colony, and that's why, like when I was cooking, I took such an offense to people like, that or even now that want to joke, oh, you eat dog and stuff, and I was like, how dare you? It's like Vietnamese people, our cuisine is only second to France, because we're a French Catholic colony for over 600 years. all of our food, all of our customs, and all of our ways are French. You know, we're not like any other country, not like Laos. I'll just say like all the other countries are like third world compared to I'll just say when you go over there and you see Vietnam, you may feel like you're third world, but I'm talking about the culture is not third world. Okay, like when you go to these other Asian countries, like they're not gonna be Christian at all, is what I'm saying. Like half of Vietnam is Catholic. It's Catholic and Buddhist. Same thing like with like these other Japanese Shinto and Buddhist, something like that. But there's a small Christian thing, and then like Korean, enormously Christian, you know, and Chinese, same thing. So, but what I'm saying is like all these other smaller like Taiwanese and Cambodian, like these are all truly. I'm not talking bad about these, but what I'm trying to show you guys the hierarchy of Asians that most people just don't understand, you know, from my experience. And so especially when it comes to the food and the culture, is that like Vietnam is up there with Japan and rules and etiquettes is what I'm talking about. And they are the absolute epitome of etiquette. Like I'm not quite sure if I could even live in Japan because of all the rules that they have for everything, like trash days for everything with certain trash, certain color, certain bin, certain vendor. You know, it may seem nice, but it seems overkill. And they also have a word. I just learned this word called like Kobe issue, something like that. But it means work to death. And that's the mentality over there in Japan. I'm just saying Vietnam isn't like that. Okay, Vietnam. When I speak about these cultures and stuff, there's so many. You can talk about the actual culture that's portrayed or the culture that's portrayed between people, if that makes sense. I'm talking about the culture, like, oh, how do they want their streets to look like, or how do they want their buildings to look like, versus how do the people speak to each other, and just the way the language is set up. You know, I'll just say that's why like we laugh like when we hear Junior and like Pedro the second, Pedro the third, Pedro like no Asian country would ever do that. That is sorry, it's just the truth. It's the dumbest thing ever. And you can say, yeah, it's a superstition or whatever, but look, when you have all these same people in the house and you're trying to call a person's name and you call Pedro, who's going to fucking answer? Everybody. That's why you don't name people all the same fucking name, okay? And no Asian family ever does that, okay? And what I'm getting at is we have masculine and feminine and neutral names, and not only feminine and masculine, but levels of masculine and levels of feminine. And that's what I'm saying. That's what the English language lacks. And that's what I'm saying. That's what English people don't understand. And that's why, like, the English language it seems so upfront and rude, okay? Because it is. It's an extremely rude and crude language. It's nothing like Vietnamese. It's nothing like French. And even like Spanish, where all the verbs are beautifully conjugated in respect to the noun in which they're addressing. English is not like that, okay? So... anyways, so yeah, all I'm trying to say is I fell asleep through that class because I didn't fucking care about it. I didn't care about any of the fucking classes I ever took in college, okay? I really I don't want to say slid through, but I was just able to do it, okay? Like I said, even in medical school, like I said, I was one of the 3 people in the medical school that got a scholarship, okay? And you can say I kind of wasted that, but it wasn't for me. I'll say once I knew it was not for me, I knew it was right to not be in that profession, because it is not what, like I said, I'm an advocate. You know, it's not what I'm meant to do from above. You know, my channel's not a joke. So anyways, so yeah, I didn't care about this calculus class. I didn't know when any of the test dates were. I was just partying, and you know, during this time too, I stopped playing piano. I stopped playing music for 2 years during this time. So I wasn't playing any music. I didn't even have a piano. You know, some like Night Reggie Hazzy type shit. You know, this is like literally in my life. Like I wasn't even thinking about music. It was a really odd time in my life. You know, so I remember I showed up an hour and 15 minutes late to this test. I walked in the door and everybody was like, "Who is this guy sitting down?" And I think I finished half of the test. I got a 43 on the test. Okay, so I think I made a B. in this class, guys, and it was because of that test. But well, that's all I'm trying to say is I made a B. I made a B, and I never showed up to class. And all in reality, this is when I was like working out a lot, okay. And when I talked about earlier in my conversation about working out in the morning, this is when I was waking up at 5 in the morning, and the first thing I do, I had a gym buddy. We fucking hit the gym 5:30 in the morning, and I was doing a lot of crazy workout stuff. Again, I was a martial artist. I was on the Taekwondo team, so we had practices with that both morning and evening, like 5 times a week. Really intense. I was on the road runners team, which was a long distance running, marathon running team. I was on the lowest tier, okay, but those are the people that got me into running. I had never been around runners like that before that could seemingly run laps around me, and I was like fucking dying. No joke, fucking my feet were going numb, guys, and these dudes were running like 5.5 minute miles, and like I was hitting like mile. I think I was hitting mile 5. Like I was like at 4.5 miles or something, and like they had 3 different groups, okay. And what was cool is the obviously the highest tier group is going to pace very fast, and so that's who I'm talking about. When you're seeing the highest pace group just lap you around, and you're hitting like I remember I was hitting my lap number or mile number 4, and it's like they're already on 8.5. It's like they're literally running faster than double my speed, okay. And keep in mind, this is when I first started trying to do distance running, okay, which is really a different thing, okay, because like different disciplines in fitness require different conditionings, okay. But at this point, I was not conditioned at all. Like what I'm saying is, right now, even in the shit state I am, like I'll just say I wouldn't be able to do it right away. I'd have to warm up and ease into it, but I could run 5 miles right now is what I'm saying, with water. Even being hungry right now, my first mile, I have to warm it up. And like I know it. It's like when your body releases the endorphins and your it's fully ready to go. And then at a slow pace, I won't be able to do it fast by any means, because I'm not a fast runner, but I'm just saying I'll be able to do it. Unlike someone who has never ran ever again. And there's a documentary on this. You got to watch this documentary about people working out later in life. Essentially, it's someone who has worked out a lot when they were younger is going to instantly be able to get that back, like when they're older, versus someone who has never done it and is trying to develop endurance is going to constantly have to break those barriers and the walls like the first time. But so what I'm getting at is, when you're first running, you're gonna get these shin splints, okay? And I was getting horrible fucking shin splints to where there was 2.5 weeks. I got really depressed, guys, actually, because I was young. I was like doing all that protein shit, just like, again, working out, eating, and just like everything was about like eating. It was just about eating and lifting, okay? And so, and like, you're young, and I'm saying, like, I see it now, okay, guys. I'm about to be 40, okay. So a lot of people, they're like, "How old are you?" Okay, yeah, I'm about to be 40, okay. That's how old I am, okay. And yeah, Asian people look younger, but more so, that should tell you, like, look, I take care of myself, okay. And there's other people. I have my bad days too, so I definitely look older. I definitely look older than I looked 20 years ago. So I'm not complaining about it. I'm embracing it. I'm just trying to, again, let you guys just see everything how it is, okay? And this is ultimately coming. It's going to tie back to the movie about Avengers. Yes, I was in the Avengers movie, okay? So, but back then, I was able to recover so fast, and I never did creatine. Yes, I have tried it. I'll just say it didn't really do much for me at all. I felt like I was wasting my money. I may have felt like a little boost maybe, but I honestly didn't see anything. I saw more gains from taking quality protein than I did creatine. So that's all I did. I'm not into anything else. I'm like all natty, and the creatine I never did. So anyways, what I'm saying is my recovery was just like nothing like how it is now. I'll just tell you, yeah, I could run that 5 miles, and I could run it slow, but man, I know I'm gonna feel that for the next week, is what I'm saying. Especially the next day, at this condition I'm in now, I'm gonna feel that shit. Okay? So what I'm getting at is you know, I had fun when I was younger. So when I was in this movie and I was going in school, guys, you know, just keeping it fucking real. I'm just keeping it fucking real, guys. When you get into the fucking professional world, everyone, either people are totally fucking clean, or like the person that you least suspect is a fucking just daily fucking cokehead, you know. And I don't do that. I'm not advocating that or anything. And but what I'm saying is, yeah, weed is legal here, okay, and so you can smoke and have it. Anyways, so what I'm trying to say is during that movie, like they had this whole waiting area, and I met this dude who was also in this movie called Fun Size. You can look him up. So anyways, I want to tell you the whole story. I was the last person to be selected for the Avengers movie. And the lady's name, her name is Rory. So shout out again, thank you, Rory, because she's a casting director for that movie, but also regionally in this area. And she saw that I was the last person. She gave me the last fucking ticket to stand in line. I was like number 8,500, guys. And I'm not joking. Her and her fucking team of 3 or 4 people, like the main people, you know what I'm talking. I'm sure she had a lot of other people helping, like way below her. But I'm saying, as far as the people doing the screenings, I can't believe that. I mean, that is just respect. But she went through all 8,000 people, okay, and you know, they had like 1,000 people the first day. But what I'm saying is it narrowed down until 40 people at the very end. Okay, is what I'm trying to say. And anyways, she just saw that I was the last person there, man. I know that's why she gave it to me. I remember she gave it to me, and she had one of those little notepads that has a little thing in the bottom that also you can open and close. You know what I'm saying? And she put it back, and she turned around, and you know, maybe she thought I sat. It doesn't matter. You know, she knew I had to wait. Okay, so I waited. I went and studied for like 5 hours. I think I was studying anatomy, because anatomy is the one science class I've taken the most. I've taken anatomy like 10 times. Okay, I'll just say the average person going to medical school is only going to take anatomy. I'm talking about on their undergraduate and also their professional medical school anatomy like 4 times. Okay, so I specifically failed it so that I could take it over and over and over again. So I took anatomy like 10 times, guys. So again, my channel is not a joke. Okay. So anyways, so I was studying for anatomy. Okay, I was studying for anatomy and physiology. The physiology, which is, to me, physiology is really easy. Anatomy is the hard one. Okay, anatomy is very hard. Okay, because it's so specific on nerve innervations and muscle locations. Okay, to bone attachments. Okay, and that's the key to anatomy. Okay, so anyways, now I don't know so much anymore, but what I'm saying is I studied it enough to where like now I can just open up a book and I understand everything when it comes to like the anatomy. You know, I know what everything is. You know, down to your atoms. Like I can reconstruct your body down to the atoms, of the angles of the atoms and the energies of the protons and neutrons, all the way. I can build them. I can literally draw the protein for you. So, anyways, I mean, of course, that would take a really long time, but I'm saying, but that's the kind of science I study, and I just want to explain that because I think people, again, my channel is not a joke. And again, I just don't have respect for people that don't have knowledge like this, you know, in some other art, you know, and that's why all art's below me, and my stream that got cut off, why Sarabji's music is absolutely so it's a music of absolute pure limitation, and why it's below my left foot. So I'm not talking about it anymore, or I'm not going to expound upon that, but it has to do with worldly knowledge and sciences, which is absolutely nothing that man ever tried to do that I'm doing. And also, lastly, it's absolutely sad, because I know if I were to just, someone were to come shoot me and just kill me, murder me right now, yeah, that'd be sad, but I know my sister and my mom, or even my cousins, you know, not even my blood-related family would take care of my intellectual property, and they would take it, and they, you know, but no, someone like Sarabji, a little bitch like him, has nobody. You know, that's sad. That is absolutely sad, and that should tell you what kind of music that is. You know, that music is that cold. If that makes any sense, it has no as much as you want to talk about mankind and spirituality and humanity. That's what that music completely lacks. And if that's your interest, a lack of humanity, and which is partly my interest as well. That's why everything I've done, I've already outdone Saraji and everything. Okay, so that's why it's below my left foot, and I've moved well beyond it. Okay, because again, that art is such a niche art, in such a narrow art, which I'm not even going to get into of the arguments why. Okay, but again, it's nothing that I'm trying to do. Clairvoyant? No. Does Saraji ever talk about that? No. Does he ever talk about reposting 47,000 other people's posts of supporting other people like Franz listed for the benefit of human mankind? No, he didn't do it. If anything, he just wrote two motherfucking books, which I have the fucking original copy right here on my shelf, bought from the original bookshelf in London with the original receipt on my shelf. Me Contra Fa in another book. Okay, so that's what I'm saying. I have it. I'm just saying it's like you can go buy that shit from the Saraji archive, but I have the fucking book. Okay. So, anyways, what I'm trying to say, that man, all he could produce was these 2 books of criticism. You know, that's nothing compared to what I'm doing. It's absolutely not even comparable. That's like trying to compare Jesus and Satan. Absolutely, and trying to say that Satan is a fallen angel. He's a fallen angel who has lost his ways. He lost the ways of God and Jesus. And to say that he's in any way through his actions like Jesus, maybe way in the past, but not now. Okay, so that's all I'm trying to say, and that's the difference between the music of the Eagles, the music of Saraji, and me, or just saying not even Saraji, just everybody. Absolutely, that's why I follow fucking 0 people on every fucking platform. It's because nobody's doing what I'm fucking doing. Is anybody live streaming as long as me? So long to where YouTube won't even let you fucking stream anymore? No. So, anyways, until I see, I'll just say I see a few people that do a lot of long streams, but they're not bitching and complaining like me and talking about intellectual things or anything that maybe if it's not even intellectual at a high level, it's at least a process of intellectuality that hopefully goes somewhere in the future, you know? So, so what I wanted to get at, so in the Avengers movie, this lady, I went back and studied, and then I came back when the line was like 300 people, and she let me in, you know? I remember we went into this room of 40 people, and they sat us down like you would in a classroom with students, and then her 3 apprentices or helpers came by, and they each handed you all the papers, but then also took the official photos, because one, you had to submit photos online to get a call there, and then also they took official photos. Okay, and so anyways, what I'm saying is the director sees all these. You know, she's like the first person that screens. You know, and then there's a lot of scenes. Okay, specifically, there's a scene in the Avengers movie, and there's this really pretty girl. Okay, I talked with her a lot too, and I had my melodica, and I'll just say all the girls liked me there because I was playing music on the melodica. And 2, you know, this was also when Saxman was alive. I was playing classical shit. You know, they liked that. Okay, I'll just say a lot of girls they like classical shit. So when I can bust out when I can bust out you know, that's charming. You know, they like Mozart. You know, or they're like, you know, they like Mozart. You know, and so that was real charming. I'm like, oh, did you know this tune and whatever, and then like they like to camp it up. You know, so and I'm just trying to go through all the tunes I was playing around them, you know, making them laugh and stuff, and it was cool because I met so this is just bring back floods of memories and stuff. So I met some of the most interesting people in Cleveland I've ever met at this extras thing, because also while I've done very little other movie work, by far this Avengers movie was the biggest movie I ever did, and I've never seen anything like it with production wise and everything. So anyways, everybody I met was just like really talented and stuff, and had their own things. And so I met an adult, I guess a fictional adult novelist, and she wrote adult like sexual novels. It was just so funny, and I talked with her. She was cool. I actually hung out with her every day. But we had one day where I was like, look, let me see one of these books, and when I asked for her book, I flipped through the pages a little bit. It was like 120 pages. It's like one of those easy, fast, soft reads or something. And then it was black, kind of with not so much picture, but on the back, I never forget what the words said. They said, like in parentheses, he was so big and she was so small. ... And I read that line out loud. I was like, this is what you write about. And I was like, not only do you write about it, but I was like, you actually make a living off this. And she said yes. And now this conversation's coming back to me like I had it yesterday with her. But she mentioned to me that she sells her books on Amazon, and that's how she makes all her money and everything. And so she showed me a book, gave me her card, and she was old. She was like 65 or 66 or something. She was a young spirit, and it was a fabulous time speaking with her. So anyways, what I'm getting at, so I met that guy who so if you guys watch this movie Fun Size, there's a scene in this movie where there's like 40 chicks all in bikinis, okay? And there's a DJ in the background, okay? And that DJ is the guy I met, okay? He was in this movie. He was an extra in Avengers as well, okay? And anyways, he was just like, you want to go smoke a joint out in the back? And so I left to go smoke a joint with him out in the garage. And then we came back, and when we came back, they had made a selection. Like they call you by numbers, and sometimes it's very specific, and sometimes it's like random catch of the luck. And what I'm getting at, so there's this scene in the movie where you see this girl, and she's at a window, okay, and it's she's at like a coffee house window. She looks through it, and then like the camera pans off down, or either comes down and into the window, and you see her. But when the camera comes up and down, you see four people. You see four people standing, kind of like on the four cardinal corners of where the camera would be coming. I would have been in that scene, and I would have had like a huge face scene for so when you got these as an extra, when you get these extra parts, especially if you speak a line. There was I guess a kid and a guy who was a police officer. The police officer who points and says something, his pay grade went from like what we were getting paid, it was like $18.75 an hour plus overtime, which is a lot of money, guys, because we got the overtime plus 1.5 overtime. But his pay grade went up all the way to like, I'm not lying, like something like $600 an hour. So when he was there that one day, just standing there, all to say that one line, if he was on there for 12 hours, you do 12 times 6. He made like $7,000 that day just for saying that one fucking line. So anyways, what I'm saying is these are the extras positions that get like really, really chosen, okay? And anyways, I would have been in that scene if I didn't go out to the garage and smoke that joint with that guy, because she came back like, and we came back like right as she was like done calling all the people, and I know she was looking for me. I know because I had good rapport with her, and she was like, "Oh man, like you guys reek." And so, anyways, so I still gotten a lot. Like I said, I still gotten a lot of other good scenes. The good scene I got in, so they recreated all of New York with all. This is crazy stuff you guys don't even see in the movie. They recreated all the stores, okay? Not only were the stores, just the front of the stores recreated with everything, even the interiors of the stores were fully furnished, like it was a real store, like in New York or whatever. And so one of the scenes that I'm in, I'm at the very end of the scene, okay? You're only gonna see me if you watch a fully uncut, a non-formatted version of the movie, okay? Then you'll see me, meaning like you need to see the whole film thing. But especially if you watch the formatted version, I'm cut out, okay? This is what I'm trying to say. So anyways, but Man, okay. Again, I just like all these people I met. I met this Puerto Rican singer. I mean, she was bad, man. I mean, beautiful face and bad body, and then she had the voice to go with it, and so she's really nice. I'm like on her emailing list for all her music and stuff. I've been on it for like 10 years. Anyways, they had me, her, and this other chick. I'm sorry, I don't remember thinking about this other chick. And we were standing in the store, and then at the front of the store, it was a watch store, okay? And the owner of the store was this Japanese guy. He was the CEO of the company. It was him, his wife, and his daughter, okay? And that was the agreement. It's like, look, you come furnish this store, and you get to be in the movie. And so, anyways, you can see this. The scene is like literally half a second, if that. But you'll see him, and that's what I'm saying. I'm cut out, but for sure you see the owner, his wife, and his daughter. And actually, you see the singer, the girl I'm talking about. I'm like right behind her, and they cut me out. I mean, that's how they do these movies. They're like, you want this Asian guy, or you want this beautiful banging girl to be the last thing you see. So, anyways, but it's like there's all these explosions and stuff, and then all the glass breaks, and then they told us like to come out and like look up in the sky and look up like that. So that's what we did and run. And so in the movie, the owner, the wife and the daughter get the whole scene, and then they're flipping around with a lot of different footage actually. But then the next scene you see is just her, that Puerto Rican singer, like the backside of her running. So, and it's really small too. It's like not even like a full screen shot. So, anyways, yeah. So that was a really cool movie to be an extra in. I'm not trying to do extra work anymore. There's obviously a lot available, like the Superman. I probably could have been in the Superman movie. I just wasn't interested. I went and saw it downtown. I saw a lot of the filming downtown. Another movie, Stick Shift. Okay, like I probably could have been in that movie, with my moped too. And I was just a little bit late, but I essentially I saw all the filming for that movie, or it's like a show or something on TV. I'm not quite sure, but they film. I'm just saying they film a lot of stuff here, so. It's because Cleveland is cheap, and it looks like you can make it look like New York or Detroit real easily because of how our downtown looks. So, yeah, there's a lot of talking for this stream. Trying to think of what else is going on. I mean. Not too much else, other than I'm really fucking hungry right now. I'm gonna go check on this chicken. Okay, so the chicken, it's still rock hard. I just took it out maybe even 30 minutes ago. How long I've been talking. So lastly, guys, I wanted to talk about the Victrola. So what is up with the Victrola? So sadly, the most important part of the machine, the winding mechanism, is completely broken. Okay, and now going on the internet, man. Okay, that's like that is what's so expensive about these things is people are just selling just the mechanisms for like $100. So what's hard about it is finding the specific replacement mechanism for the unit which I have, which I'm just not going to be able to find, and when I do, it's going to cost like $100 or $150, okay, which I don't want to do. And so it's like I know how to fix it, but I don't know how to fabricate the shapes that I need to fix, if that makes sense. So there's two canisters around the. It's a double wound mechanism. So it has two windings, and anyways, it's like the canister that the windings go in. I don't know what they made them out of, but it's like a completely different material than everything else. Like I don't want to say it's like it's breaking like an epoxy is what it feels like it doesn't feel like metal or something. If you've made like Gorilla Glue or something, and then like over the years you crack it. And so, anyways, that's what the casing. And so the windings also have this button both at the middle that goes around the axle that's turning, and then a button that goes around the outside around the canister. And so both those that's what I'm saying. That's what's broken. Is that since the canister's broken, it won't wind because there's nothing to connect to. And then also it's shattered everywhere. So anyways, long story short, I'm gonna clean it up all because it was an absolute. It's so dirty, guys. It was so dirty. Both those windings blew up. Also, and when they both blew up, it was like cans of grease just exploding all over my kitchen. And I spent like 3 hours just wiping down my floor. These even now there's still crap just on the floor, and it's like, oh yeah, you could just sweep it up, but no, when you sweep it up, then you see that it leaves this big fucking black mark all on the ground. Anyway, so I'm gonna clean it all the way up, and it's a project for another day. So I'm happy to have it, but I know how to fix it now. I'll just say I absolutely know how to fix it. And I've actually come up with a lot of ideas. Actually, I think I can use a mixture of coffee cans, okay, guys, and welding. I'm talking about, if you guys know Cafe Du Monde coffee can or the Maxwell, I'm talking about like a real old coffee can. These new coffee cans are like, just like I was talking about with all the home theater equipment and just everything. It's like ass quality. It's like not the same, okay? And so anyways, but I was thinking I could take one of those old coffee cans, find a real thick one, cut it down, and weld it all together and make it work. I have to weld a cap and fashion a cap out, make two of them. But I think that's how it would work. And then I would weld it to the sides and weld it to the gear. That's the thing, is because the canister is on the gear. There's a top gear and a bottom gear. So it's like you have to totally clean off the gear and then weld it onto the gear. So, and then once it's welded, it's just like if you guys seen a 35 millimeter roll of film, that's almost exactly how this thing looks. And like they have that little lip where you could pull the film out of. That's almost exactly how this is. In that, except where you pull it out, it's like you're not pulling out the wind. That little thing, it that has a button and it stays on there so that you can wind the inside up. So yeah. Anyways, but the Victrola, guys, I just damaged it a lot actually trying to fix it. I scratched it a lot, but I can restain that. Just putting another stain on that will really make it go away. But it's gonna go in my guest room and just sit there now until I'll just always be looking. And maybe I'll just say here in Cleveland, like that's how I'm able to get these typewriters for like I got like a Royal 10 typewriter, guys, like with the original glass, everything original. It was like all working, everything. It just needed to be clean. I got it for like $10, and I'm just saying because that stuff is like easy to find up here. Down south in Texas, like even with records, you guys like you never see records like you see up here. Buying records down in Texas like is no joke. You may pay for cheap gas down in Texas. Like we pay for a tax up here for gas, but down there for like food, like a box of cereal was like $1.50 cheaper. Everything's cheaper in Texas. Gas and the food is cheaper. Everything up here in Ohio is like super expensive. That's the first thing I noticed. So, what I'm saying is, I see these all the time, and maybe I come across a unit which I can ghetto fit into here or use the parts. I don't see how I could, because after watching these videos, all the parts look so proprietary. Like you can't use a gear from another one and switch it up. Like they all have to be the same make and same unit. You know what I'm saying? So I'll just be waiting a really, really long time to get a mechanism. for there. Or the other thought about it, but it just defeats the whole purpose of it for me, is to electrify it and put an electric motor in there, which would be really, really easy. But that's what I don't want to do. That's what I don't want to do. Don't want to have. To me, that's like the reason I like having an acoustic piano too is like my electricity goes out all the time here, but I just like being able to still be able to play music. All these people doing all this electronic shit, just sitting on their computer like this. Oh, that sounded 23.5 cents flat. If you guys know what I was talking about, once the electricity goes out in those situations, you can't fucking do shit. Maybe in that case, that person is probably a little smarter and also has their computer on a backup battery. But in that case, it's like, okay, look, I know I clearly have enough. I can probably still work for another hour, but I need to save my work and shut down the computer. Okay, and that's what I like about the acoustic, is that I never have to have electricity. And that's what I'm saying. That's what I like about the Victrola and the gas mower, okay, and the moped, because I refuse to get an electric mower, okay? I'm never gonna get an electric mower. So I like gas. I don't care if it's smoggy, dirtier, or even realistically more of a hassle, always having to clean the carburetor and whatnot and change those spark plugs and stuff. I'll just say I like it better than electric. I can't stand electric. So I hope you guys have also seen now that I've recorded like all of Chopin's rarest preludes. This Opus 45 and then the Trill. That's the kind of one I was wanting to mention. Because I was in my head, I was just trying to think of what other preludes did he write other than the 28, Opus 45, and then the Trill, Devil's Trill Prelude. Which is kind of weird. It's kind of a weird piece. Okay, so I'm going to take a break real quick. It's a lot of talking, okay? No joke, a lot of talking. My mouth hurts. Okay, I'm going to take a break. I'll be back. He's hungry. Hungry boy? Hungry little one? Hey, hungry Prestos? What about you, big boy? You hungry, Felix? So this is the Star Trek movie I'm going to watch right here. I want to go get that book. That's the last thing I want to end. I'm not going to take that sweeper out right now out of my car. It's not even late. I don't want to do it. Okay, I'll do it in the morning. But I want to get this book because I want to show you this book. Because if you guys have not seen this book, one, I want to show you the quality of my book. Okay. Because again, I checked this book out from the library, but when I remember this book now. I read a first edition of this book, and I remember it was really like the binding was already torn. It was like a really beat up copy. You know what I'm saying? So, anyways, again, I'm happy for $2. It's half off today. They wanted $4 for this, or $2.50, whatever, to have like an essentially brand new copy of this book. All right, so I'm back. Here it is. So it's pretty cold outside. I mean, like standing in here. I came back home. I turned my heat up when I came home. Like, I guess. I mean, I get used to how warm it feels. You know what I'm saying? But I like to keep it like that. Look, if I gotta be wearing coats and like quadruple socks in my house, you know, then that's too cold. But anyways, look. Here's the book that I'm talking about, guys. Mastering the Chopin Etudes and Other Essays. And it's interesting that like they just put this out too. I don't know, maybe they saw it was so I have this book too, Lexicon of Musical Invective. This book, guys, is one of the funniest books. If you guys, that's what I'm saying, you guys hate me so much, or you think my comments are fucking terrible or something, like all my stuff, I'm just making fun of shit that comes up in this book right here. Okay, and I learned about this book because again, my channel is not a joke. I was a public broadcasting radio CD cataloger, and I sat there. I come in every Friday for like 5 or 6 hours. I was there like half the day, and I had a cubicle, and they had this one store. Okay, well, what they were doing when I was there, they were consolidating the jazz, just like the story of jazz, the jazz collection into the classical collection because there was no more space to hold. Like they lost they wanted to use, they were like in the studio, we're not going to use the space to hold all these jazz CDs, okay? So they already got rid of records a long time ago. This is like specifically audio CDs. And I'm just saying, yes. So in this day and age of all digital streaming and stuff, that's how the radio station works with audio CDs, okay? And so they had this huge database. I forgot what it was called. But, man, this thing took so long to load. I'm not lying. Like, you would open up the playlist. It would take like 15 minutes to load because there was so much. The file was so big and there was so much information. And so anyways, I would go back into this room and one of the guys, I think his name's Mark Satola. So he does a radio show he does a lot of stuff, okay? But some of his shows that he does like a non-classical late night jazz show, and then he also does a new music in Ohio or regional show where he plays new music from new composers around here and stuff. And so anyways, he was the guy that was ultimately in charge of this project for the CD catalogs and moving them and everything. So I'd always come back to him, and I'd be like, so which CDs do I need to be going through today or whatever. And so he'd always have like a designated area of all the CDs which have not been cataloged. And so I'm saying the cataloging is crazy, guys, especially for a lot of these classical works, okay, because the cataloging, okay, so what it involves is entering all the full track names, okay, obviously. But what I'm saying, what they wanted more was they had, and this is why the files were so big, year of recording, place of recording, date of recording, all the performers in the recordings for which tracks, okay, that's what I'm saying, for which tracks each performer's recording on, in which instrument they're playing, and then furthermore, the translations. And so in the footnotes, if anything was not in English, I had to translate that too, so that when they're doing the stuff up on the air, they can immediately see the translation to whatever it is they were, so that's how it always seems like, I mean, I'll just say they are extremely knowledgeable, but what I'm saying is things like this that they do, so that in the daily instant activity, they didn't have to have that translated. It was already translated. And so that would have been work that I did already. So I would, it was so much stuff. Again, I was there for about 4 or 5 hours each time. And in that 4 or 5 hours of times, I'd only do like 10 CDs. Okay. And they said that was a lot. Okay. Because they said other people come in there and they said they're there for the whole 3 or 4 hours and they only do like three, it takes them more than an hour to do one CD. And that's what I'm saying, because a lot of this stuff, again, with how slow sometimes the program would crash. And when the program crashed, you're sitting there waiting another 15 minutes for it to start up again, for you to re-enter the information. So sometimes that's what takes so long. Okay? But I'm just saying, more often than not, it's really because half the information you're having to open the booklet and copy it from the booklet. A lot of text that is just not automatically downloaded from the internet, or I'm having to do the translations, or a lot of stuff they also wanted is extra information about, like, so say if it was recorded on this organ in this certain chapel, then like a nice extra information thing they would want. Well, when was the organ made? So, so that would be something that you would include in that the organ was made by this organ maker, like in 1675, or you're making up a year. So, anyways, it was one of them suggested this book to me, Lexicon of Musical Invective, and this is it's a whole book of all the famous composers with all the most terrible critiques about all their music, and it's all true and stuff. And so, anyways, so this is cool, like sketch, rhythm, just so you guys can see what's kind of in this book. Destination, gauging, maintaining, finishing. So I mean, so a lot of this, so some of the stuff like this, like you see, like this is a very specific passage or chapter, you may say, just dedicated to Opus 10 number 7, which is a terrible etude, guys. I really don't like it, okay? And I've never really memorized it because I just don't really find it that attractive. I've played it, So this was always hard to get, this one, the A natural. Plus, if you're using the fingering that Mick Uli uses, I'll just say I've played this. The way I play this, and the way I did record this, I believe, is I don't substitute my fingers, and this is something I've done a lot with my playing. Actually, after reading about Nai Reggie Hazy, essentially, in all my playing, I mean, if you really, really, really want to get mechanical and about efficiency and everything, repeating a note, substituting finger is slower than bouncing on a single note. So that's what I'm saying. I play all repeated notes, and I'm saying with this etude as well. I play it all with the same finger. All repeated notes with the same finger. That's what I'm saying with every other repeated note, same finger. Okay? And you may think, oh man, I'll just tell you, it's a technique. It's like bouncing a basketball. Okay? Or yo-yo, learning how to yo-yo. And then if you see someone that doesn't know how to yo-yo or bounce a ball like really fast down to, then that same person isn't going to be able to do this on piano. Okay, so that's all I'm trying to say. If you think you can't do that or do repeated notes, I'm just saying, just that's what listed. You know, I have his technical exercise book right here. He repeated, and Czerny, they repeated all notes with one finger. Okay, Clementi, okay, one finger. Okay, Scarlatti, one finger. Okay, and a lot of this stuff you need to really go in. Oh, well, I saw Martha Aggards play this thing with a lot of fingers. You know, I'm just saying, well, you need to really start going and reading about it, and then also deciphering and realizing. Also, again, I said this in other passages and other writings. My channel is not a joke, orator, writer. All the sonatas, especially even that sonata that we're speaking about, they come from Czerny. We only know about this sonata because of Czerny. Okay, and so with that being said, you know, you need to understand and take into account which edition you're using, who the editor is, because if it's not Czerny's edition, then it's someone else making that shit up. Okay. So anyways, that's what I'm saying. I repeat everything with one finger, okay? There's nothing faster than doing that. Substituting fingers is slower. Also, substituting a finger alongside repeating a passage, it automatically disallows you to incorporate an additional voice. So that's the other thing about learning. And this is also has to do with learning left-handed music, too, like learning to play with one hand, just the left hand, or even just the right hand, which I've done. Okay, by the way, I've written pieces both just for one hand, okay, whatever. But what I'm saying is, once you start learning like that, then you get like our Godowski, then you start really opening and seeing, oh wow, you really should just be repeating these notes with just one finger, because there's no other way. There's no other way to play these textures other than just repeating with the same finger. You know, because if you try to start substituting, you're going to see not only do you have to substitute, what substituting implies is it completely implies the opening and closing of the hand, or the implication of the horizontal movement of the thumb, which is these you need to understand the movements of the fingers, which essentially these four phalanges, these are not moving laterally so much, not like the thumb moves like that, is what I'm trying to say. So yeah, they do open and close a little bit, but it's more about flexion and extension for these fingers rather than the thumb, which has a much greater degree of movement. So what I'm trying to say is, when you're repeating a note and you're doing this, you're doing so many things. You're changing the position of your hand. You're causing your thumb to move if you're substituting with the thumb, and if you're doing that, you're causing your hand to open and close. So it's immediately preventing you from playing any textures which are even larger than a closed hand position, because you're having to substitute that note. So that's why that's done. And what I'm trying to say is, well, why do that? Well, because look, if you're never trying to say anything like that and never practicing how to say that, then you're never gonna. It's like a person who can't roll their tongue, and not to say that person. I'll just say, like, I'm a person who I can't roll my tongue, like, you know, I sound fucking retarded, but I can try to roll my tongue, and someone will laugh at it and know, oh, I know how it was supposed to sound, but it didn't sound like that. Versus a person who is completely ignorant of a roll and it's just going to say something completely without an accent, or without an enunciation, or without some type of special sound which needs to be at the beginning or the ending of the word. You get what I'm trying to say? So that's what I'm trying to say, is that if you're unprepared to make an expanded amount of sounds, you're never going to make those sounds to begin with. So that's what I'm trying to say. So that's why my playing is completely different, and why it's absolutely different. Why the way I think, the talk, and do, you know, because look, all because I played my repeated notes with one finger, and that's the explanation. That's why my playing's different. That's why every composition I write will be different. It's because, look, you're going to want to do that, or you're going to want to do a Mozart trill. Look, I don't do that. That's another thing. I don't substitute fingers on trills either. That's for absolute fucking weakness. If you're substituting trills, again, and it's the exact same reasoning. You know, if you're substituting a trill, bring it back to left-handed music, and you're trying to do a trill, you're not going to be able to substitute a finger if you have to play extra textures. And if you're never trying to do that, your music is never going to obtain these textures which I describe, which are in my music. Okay, we're gonna move to my cooking, guys, and it's gonna be chicken tonight. Okay, here's the chicken. I pre-breaded and everything. So this is what I'm talking about, guys. Now this chicken, it's still gonna be okay. But what I'm talking about, the whole freezing and stuff, this is what happens. Is like the breading has become flattened. It feels flattened, you know what I mean? And it's still cook up and be nice, but it doesn't have that same raised crispiness that a freshly breaded chicken will have, you know what I'm saying? So the way around this, but I didn't want to do it, is to pre-cook it. And then so that when you really want to eat it again, you just throw it in the air fryer. The reason I didn't do that is because I don't want to double cook it and double juice all the stuff out of here, you know what I mean? So we got that. Then I got a Caesar salad. Luckily, I've already prepped all the salad and washed it. So that'll be, and then rice, okay, and then a piece of bread. I think either I was supposed to buy bread or I thought I had enough bread. Okay, no, so I have bread. So I bought some discounted bread. Okay, so this is what we're gonna eat, or I'm gonna eat. Okay, the seeded rye. I bought it just because it was discounted. Okay, so I like rye bread, and I can't say this is too rye-ish, but it has rye seeds in it. Sometimes rye bread. I like rye bread when it's. I guess there's two styles of rye bread. This is a rye bread where it's just more. They're saying rye because it has the seeds. But other rye breads, which I'm talking about, I like the rye breads that are like dark colored. You know what I'm saying? Where I guess the seeds have truly been grounded and mixed it into the flour versus just like thrown in here. So anyways, this is this olive oil that I really like, guys. I've been going through this. I'm already more than halfway done with this olive oil, guys. So I eat a lot of olive oil, and you know it's Lent right now, guys, and I haven't so much given up anything, but it's definitely been in my mind of things to do, and I could still start, you know, as far as giving up. So I was thinking about butter, guys, because I mean I've always eaten butter and stuff, but there was a time, and even now I still do, where I eat a lot more olive oil is what I'm trying to talk about, and more importantly too, also raw olive oil, like you know, anytime we're heating anything up, you're making the nutrients worse. Okay, for almost all foods. Okay, some things like tomatoes, that benefits from being boiled a little bit. Okay, so your body benefits a little better is what I'm saying. So let me go get my towel. So yeah, it's cooking. So I'm gonna take off my shirt, or this shirt, guys, because so I'm not trying to look good for the stream. Okay, so I'm not one of these people that I'll just say, yeah, I try to look good for the beginning of my stream. Okay, if you haven't noticed, but I'm saying right now, especially while I cook. Okay, this is the last thing I'm trying to look good for, is while I cook. Okay, and also, like I said, it's a safety hazard to have long clothes while cooking. Okay. So as far as my kitchen right here, I'd like to also tell you what I'd like to improve with this. One is to I don't know how to do, but get this stove to come out, this vent to come out further. You know, so I'd have to build a recess on the wall and pull it out further. But the other thing too is I wish this stove had the big burners in the back. I don't like how it has the big burners in the front. You know, so that's like double whammy. It's like, look, if the big burners were in the back, it'd be a little bit better. The vents could just come up here. Like when I start cooking over here, and the air goes up here, the vent needs to be over here. And I'm just saying it makes an enormous difference to have the vent in the correct position. So I'm going to show you what we're going to do with my bread, okay? Pepper, okay? So this is my favorite pepper cracker right now, guys. I hope you guys can see what I'm doing. Can you see what I'm doing? Let me see. No. So this is my favorite pepper cracker right now, guys. You see how it works? I love it, guys. I bought 10 of these because this one already broke. So, but it's kind of managing right now. But when it fully breaks, this cap right here, I'm going to replace it because I knew they were going to break. Is what I'm saying from the amount of use that I use. So that's pepper. Okay, I put a dash of salt. Okay, we're going to go with the garlic. We're going to go with basil. We're going to basil. So my spice rack is so unorganized, guys. Okay, garlic and basil. We're going to just keep this garlic and basil. So I like garlic bread with my salads, guys. I mean, I like croutons already, but the croutons aren't enough. You know, I like to have the crunch of the crouton, and then I like to take another crunch of the. I like crunchy food, okay? And I like to take the crunch of the bread. Okay, so this is trash, okay? Let's see, okay? Bread will go here. So I don't throw the oil down the drain, okay, guys? I soak it up, okay, or I soak the majority of it up. I can with these towels, okay. Luckily, you see, I'm also doing shallow frying too, so I'm really not wasting any oil at all. Like this oil is completely used, and then two, it's absolutely like just a minimal amount of oil. So I throw it away. Okay, and then yeah, I still got a little bit of oil, but I'm saying that this is washable. Okay, and also I'll make sure to emulsify this with detergent before I just throw it straight down. You know what I mean? Because that's the pan we're using. So another thing, guys, I'm looking for 2 new pans. I mean these are still pseudo working, but I mean, I know a new pan will just be amazing when I cook it with it. So I'm looking for that. Okay, so if you guys haven't noticed, one, I cook a lot of my meals, especially my dinner, okay? But, I mean, cooking is a big part of my stream, you know? A big part of my life, too, eating, cooking. I like cooking, too, okay? I'm not like the best cook, but like I said, I don't like people touching my food, okay? That's a huge part of it. I do not, okay, with my mom or my cousins, you know, they get a pass. But other than that, like, I don't want anybody touching my food. Okay, so I'm just mise en place myself. I'm gonna go get the charger for this, okay? Then we're gonna put on some music, some non-copyrighted music, okay? I'm gonna find something. Actually, I have a favorite user, which I know none of his shit get copyrighted. So we're probably gonna play a little bit of that. At least while I cook, because it's kind of hard to hear the talking if I play that. Alright, here we go. We got this plugged in. plugged in, okay. We'll wash some more stuff real quick. Okay, that's leftover rice. We're putting more leftover rice on top of that. Actually, not that much. Just a touch. Okay, then we got my salad. That's what we're doing, right? Salad. Salad. Okay, not pre-washed. I hope this is it. Is this it? Good. I got pre-washed. I pre-washed the salad. So all I gotta do is chop it. So I'm also not putting any of the dressing or anything until absolutely last. Okay. I absolutely dislike when salad absorbs dressing before you eat it. Ooh, man, fuck yeah. So, yeah, it's just nice. I'm glad I got this salad already. So the thing about salad, guys, is what I like about it is I have a whole method. One, okay, I'll just say when you buy the salad at the store, okay, everything is wilted. Everything is becoming dehydrated, and it's like dying, essentially, because it's been taken out of the soil, cut from its nutrients and water source. Now, when you take it back home, if you eat it right away, I'm just saying it's gonna, I mean, it's probably still be good, but what I'm saying, you notice it with lettuces, I would just say even cilantro. The thing is if you put it back in water and you put it back in your refrigerator, they crisp back up. And that's what I'm saying. I like it right now because look, if you just wash the lettuce and immediately eat it, it's not gonna be crispy, but my lettuce is super crispy right now. You know what I'm saying? So not only crispy, but it's not going to soak up so much of the dressing as the hope. So anyway, that's just what I wanted to talk about about the lettuce thing. I'll just say because I'm really picky about how my vegetables are, man. Yeah, that's great. This is the dressing which I have right now. This Cardini's original ranch dressing and cheese and garlic croutons. So we'll just pepper it now. We're not mixing the salad at all until the end, okay? And we're gonna put a little bit of Parmesan cheese. Gotta have the Parmesan cheese. So I'll throw the cheese in there now, but as far as the croutons and the rest, and the dressing especially, that's gonna wait. See, imagine if I had my home theater all ready to go, guys, and that's what I'm saying. Like I'm watching my movies right now with such crappy sound, and my TV's like minimal. Pretty good crouton. Yeah, this crouton is pretty good. So I bought some different fruits today. Yesterday. They were all 67 cents each, so I just mixed them all together and just like rang them up as the same. So, but they were plums and nectarines or whatever. And man, I'm telling you, plums for 67 cents a plum. This is something new, guys. Plums never ever were by like a la carte. They used to always be by weight, and I'm just saying like to be paying like $1.50 for 3 plums, guys, is a ripoff, you know. But man, these plums look so good. I was like, because I love fruits. That's one of the things I always have. Okay, is some kind of fruit, you know, and I'll just say that's just generally what I like for dessert. Okay, like I like to have a really good fruit, you know. So I really don't like cakes or sugary ice creams and stuff. That's like once or twice a month. Other than that, I like to have fruit, you know. So, anyways, I'm really excited to eat them because they look really, really good. Okay, this is going in my air fryer. So I'm gonna low and slow bake these. Here's an old pepperoni. Okay, I'm gonna eat it. Tastes pretty good. Tastes really good, in fact. Okay, so these I'm gonna cook these breads on a real low heat for a long time. Not now, but when I start cooking, we're gonna get those started at the same time. Okay. And we're using canola oil, okay? Actually, I can have corn oil too, because I really like the flavor of corn oil. Okay, we're using corn oil, okay? Corn oil. Just a touch more. So we're just doing a shallow fry. We don't really need a lot of oil. Yeah, corn oil. I'm just saying corn oil is where it's at. Guys. Corn oil is not, okay, I'm gonna go wash my face real quick. I'll be back. Guys, okay, so the last thing about my meals too. Well, I guess you guys kind of already saw, but I didn't make it because this is pre-done. But is my drink? Okay, what can you guys see? Can you guys see me? Okay, so whatever. Sorry, I can't see what you guys are seeing. I'm just trying to give you a general view. Okay, so anyways, I'm gonna make my drink is what I'm saying. That's like the last thing to have the mise en place. What I like, okay, I always take a whole lime and a lemon. Okay, we're gonna put them in there. Okay, and I like the skin. Okay, because we're soaking the flavor out of the skin, and a lot of people probably really dislike that because it tastes so bitter. It's got a special name, but the thing about it is this crystal that comes out of the flesh that only comes out after soaking in hours is like extremely beneficial for your body. It's like better than the vitamin C that's actually in the lemon. But what I'm saying, you only get this ingredient, I guess you could say, to the lemon or the lime from soaking the rinds overnight or for a couple hours in water, and it seeps out. What's interesting is you know, when they make candy and stuff, they also try to soak them and rinse them to get rid of this flavor too before they candy them. And that's what I'm saying. You're like taking out all the anti-cancer, like the most powerful anti-cancer aspect of the fruit out by doing that. So anyway, what I'm saying is you're only going to get that by soaking this in water and letting it soak. And so that's what I'm always doing. And if you guys just saw, I just threw away a whole lemon and lime. I usually eat one of these a day. You know, that's usually the minimum that I have. So I squeeze it, I throw it in there. And also I have old ones too. So I have a 1.5 or a half lime over here from yesterday, and we're going to throw it in here as well. Because that's what I'm saying. Look, it's still in the peel, even after it's just sitting out here. It's still in the peel. This is part of the fruit that is never coming out of the fruit unless you soak it. And so even if you were to eat it, you would probably absorb some, but what I'm saying, it wouldn't start absorbing. It'd probably be too late before any of it seeps out of the skin and gets absorbed into your body, because it's gonna be in your lower intestines, you know. So anyways, look, so I put that in here. What do we got? And these are always similar things. It's a mixture of juices, but I got something special today. I'm gonna tell you, we're gonna make it special today because I don't usually do this. I usually keep it more natural, but I really like these Lipton Fusion. So this is a Lipton Fusion pineapple mango lemonade, and I'm gonna put that in the freezer. But here we go. We got pure cranberry juice, which is extremely hard to find, extremely bitter. Okay, if you guys haven't noticed, I really dislike sugar. Okay, I don't add anything that's except for that drink. Okay, which is an exception for today. This is pure grapefruit juice, unsweetened, which is also impossible to find. I only have one more bottle. It's about 10 bottles. Okay, and I've never been able to find this again. Okay, and then we're gonna fill it up with water. 3/4 of the way with water, and then that last fourth is I'm gonna throw in that drink. So also this, it's like I'll drink it, and then you need to constantly keep refilling it, you know, so that you can make sure you're seeping out all that. I think it's called like muristatic acid is what it's called, or something like that. Anyway, so that's just some interesting stuff about what I like to drink. Okay, so here it is. Like I said, that shit blew up everywhere. It even blew up in my stove. And this is what I'm talking about. This is one of the buttons is what I'm talking about. I guess I'll keep this now since I saw it. But this is one of the buttons that the winding comes onto. And so this should be on the casing is what this is. This is usually on the casing. This hole through the button, and this washer's on the outside. So it's interesting I found that right there. But look at this. Look, it already stained all my fingers all black. You see what I'm saying? How much crap is on this? So it's just like, that's why my fingers are all like dirty right now, and they hurt. So let's see what we got. We got the drink. Okay, we got salad. Okay, we got rice. Okay, we got everything in mise en place. Okay, I got a tomato. We're gonna throw the tomato in the salad because I'm just trying to be more healthy with tomatoes. I mean, I don't hate tomatoes so much, but also it's like I don't eat them enough. Okay, that's just what it comes down to. So I'm trying for a long time, guys. I'm trying to get myself to eat more tomatoes. And it's just hard. Like, I incorporate them different ways. But it's just not hard. It's just like always it's like my last thought when I'm trying to eat is to put the tomato in there. So I'm debating if I should put in both two tomatoes or one for this, because I'm telling you, this food is going to be too much for me. That's what always happens. I make too much food. I'm definitely not eating all these chickens right here. So I'll probably eat 2 of those and save 1 for tomorrow. You know, and I eat it like a sandwich. I'll put it between some bread. But that's the same thing about what I'm trying to figure out with the tomato. Am I really going to eat these 2 tomatoes? Because the tomatoes are the worst, too, when you put them in a salad. And these are already hitting soggy-ish. Okay, well, we're going to do 1 tomato. Okay? So I'm going to chop that up. We're not putting it in now. We're going to put it in absolute last. Okay. Yeah, I'll do 2 tomatoes. I mean, that looks small and all. Okay, we're gonna do 2. So every time I cut a tomato, guys, like the one thought that goes through my mind, and it's just always weird, is, man, I'm cutting a fruit. The tomato is not a vegetable. It's a berry. And it's just funny to think about it when you classify this. You know, it's a berry. So the other option too is also to eat the tomatoes separately, which I might do. Throw some balsamic vinegar, pepper. I might do that because I that's the thing is I don't like the tomatoes mixed with my Caesar salad. That's what we're gonna do. So we're gonna take some of this balsamic vinegar, okay, which I love balsamic vinegar, okay, a little more, okay. Soak that shit in. Okay, here you go. Pepper, always. Okay, and actually we're going to do oregano on this. Yeah, well, I can't find the oregano. Here's basil. Touch of basil. Okay, I got 2 more things. Here's the oregano. Touch, and then chili flakes. Okay, I like chili flakes, guys. Okay, and then lastly, what else is going to go on here? This can sit here. So this doesn't have to because it's not soluble olive oil. Nice little amount of olive oil. Okay. I mix it with my finger. Yes, I'm mixing this with my finger. Okay, ooh, that's how we're doing it. Okay, we're going to try one now. Okay, we're adding one more thing in there. What I like. Okay, a little bit of cilantro. I love cilantro, guys. So this is one of my. I hate parsley. Okay, no Asian eats parsley. Okay, Asians only eat cilantro. And parsley has no fucking flavor, guys. That's my opinion. So, anyways, there we go. So I'm gonna eat that. That's gonna be separate from my salad. Okay. Okay, we're gonna get started here a little bit. We're gonna put a tune on. See what we got for a tune. Black stuff and put all over my clock, guys. Just the thing exploded everywhere.
ですね。わかんないですかね。 Mahler Youth Orchestra, conducted by Sir Colin Davis. Sibelius' Second Symphony. The Gustav Mahler Youth Orchestra, conducted by Sir Colin Davis. Sibelius' Second Symphony.
Squarespace.
Whoa! Hey there. We all know building a PC is very expensive if you...
Alright, so we're gonna return to my piano over here real quick before we make some food. Like I said, guys, I like to wait a long time to make my food. So it feels kind of cold. The weather's kind of weird. I literally, I was not wearing a jacket today. I wore this pants and I had my other shirt on, the outer shirt. And yeah, it was chilly. If I was to stand outside for a long time, then I probably would have wanted a light jacket. But what I'm saying, I mean, I wouldn't have died either. You know, I definitely would have been chilly. But then what I'm saying is that at night, then it still gets pretty cold at night is what I'm saying. So, you know, like, and it was sunny today too. That's the other thing. So, interestingly, so I'm turning on my heater is what I'm saying. And also interestingly, where it's supposed to be like 5 or 6 days of rain or overcast now. So this is like the last day of really clear sunny skies. I'm gonna start my computer. So, you know, I guess if anybody was curious, there's a lot of the preludes I don't know. Obviously, like the harder ones, but I'll just say like number 8 is one I don't know. Like I've never tried. It's always just looked. It's just like I know I'm gonna have to fucking sit and figure it out. Is what I'm trying to say. Look, there's no way you can just be just play that shit. You know. What I'm saying play it upon first sight at in a finished manner. You know what I'm saying? So it just has a lot of notes. Oh no! Then also, I find it unattractive in the etude-like aspect of it. You know. Number 2, I've actually like never. That's what kind of why I posted it too. I mean, I've obviously I've heard it. I've never tried to play it. It's just so ugly. I don't like this piece. It sounds fucking terrible, guys. That sounds fucking terrible, guys. That's why I've never liked the piece. Just like because I can look at this and know it sounds bad. Especially with all these double sharps and sharps. Number 5. I don't know this one. This one, you know, I don't think this one sounds bad. I like this one. I like the one in E major a little bit. I used to not like it, but I like it now. Sorry, it's sliding. Also, my eyes are getting really dry right now at the end of the day. I don't like this one now. Anyways, I like the one I just recorded. this part. Anyways, I like this one too. I like this part. So it's like I'm standing, it's very uncomfortable. My computer's not turning on. I've been waiting for my computer to turn on. That's what I've been saying this whole friggin' time. So I need to go put my glasses on. I will be back. So we are now entering the cooking portion of my stream, and yeah, wait, it's pretty late. These chicken breasts are pretty big, but we got it going. I'm gonna get this bread going. Okay, we got the bread going to get this charger. So this is what we got going here. Give it a little shake. See, these are kind of big. It's hard. I don't want them to stick to each other as far as the crust, you know. You have a spot where they're touching. It's hard, but they'll shrink up a little bit. Hopefully, here we go. That's good. I got these on high right now, guys. So I'll put it more on a medium high. What would we do without chicken, guys? Here's some of my tomatoes with cilantro. I mean, I could have made a salsa with this if I just had onion and not the balsamic vinegar. That's a kind of a real not flavor for the salsa, but okay, I'm taking this drink out because this is actually terrible. I froze this too much. And see, that's why I didn't want to mix my salad. Imagine my salad sitting this whole time and just getting soggy. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and do a flip. Even though it's a little bit earlier, I can always do a second flip. So it's not as burnt yesterday. I'm keeping it on a little bit lower heat today. Pretty crispy. It's hard to get the edges of the chicken like this stuff. So, I mean, it's not terrible, but So no one's tuning in for my cooking stream. Which I guess is okay, but this is one of the most exciting parts of my streams, I believe, is the cooking stream, guys. Pretty late, too. Late on a Monday. Okay, they're probably good. I don't want to overcook these. So I'm going to pat them dry real quick while they're hot, guys. This is the secret. For like non-greasy food, especially with bacon is what I'm saying. Chunky pieces of chicken. Okay, it's still juicy. That's what's nice about it. So we're gonna eat this nice and crispy one here on camera. Okay, no one's watching. Oh my God, amazing, amazing, guys. Bread's done. Bread going on the same plate. Take a bite of the bread. Okay. Guys, now I got the salad too. Yeah, I don't like too much dressing. Nice. Good job. This is just for my videos. Actually, I want to do